Are we live?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good evening and welcome to the Thursday, December 3rd, 2020 regular meeting of the Newark Unified Board of Education. We call this meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. And Ms. Gutierrez, roll call, please.
Member Zhang?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Here.
Member Rodriguez? And we just got notice that he might be joining late. And President Martinez?
Here.
Thank you.
I think he was just having some technical issues, so we do expect him to join. Okay, thank you. And with that, we move to the approval of the agenda. So before I do ask for a motion in a second, we do have some changes that we need to make to tonight's agenda. Due to an Ed Code, California Ed Code 5017 change that occurred last January 2019, now the date of swearing in for the newly elected board members, has to occur after the second Friday of December. So prior to that, when a couple of us were sworn in, it was still after the first Friday. So because of that, we are pulling the entire section 9, which is the annual organization of the board items 9.1 through 9.15. Are there any other modifications to the agenda? Okay, well, with that, I do ask for a motion to approve the agenda with items 9.1 through 9.15 being removed.
I move that we approve the agenda without section 9.
Thank you.
And new organization of the board.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Member Zhang moves, Member Nguyen seconds. And so we will be voting on board docs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I sent my vote. I know last time there was a delay. Please let me know if you've received mine.
Okay, I have received everybody's. And at this point, I will be also doing a roll call vote. So Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
And President Martinez?
Yes. And Ms. Gutierrez, if you wanted to explain why we're doing both.
Okay, the board docs is to record the vote on our voting system that we use, and then after the vote's been recorded, per advice from legal, as well as regarding the changes due to COVID and having virtual meetings, we have to do a roll call vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And no, Member Rodriguez has still not joined, huh?
No, I just sent the link, and I think he should be working, receiving it soon.
Thanks. We move on to item 2.2. Do we have any public comment on closed session items?
None.
Okay, thank you. So before we recess to
I think Ray is in the attendee section, so please let him in.
Oh, he probably used the wrong link.
Okay. Okay, there he is. There you are, Member Rodriguez. So let the record show Member Rodriguez joined 6:06 p.m. Thank you. And so we were about to recess to closed session, but before we do so, I just wanted to review the items we will be discussing in closed session. 3.1, public employee discipline dismissal release. 3.2, conference with labor negotiator employee organizations, NTA and CSEA. 3.3 is conference with labor negotiator NUMA, unrepresented supervisors and contracted management. And 3.4 is conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. So we will now recess to close session and we will rejoin at 7 o'clock. Thank you.
I have been trying to get on for the last 15 minutes in case anybody wants to know.
We did share that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now we go to the other link. Okay. So. Come on, leave. Okay. Okay. That's Come on. Come in. Come on. You papa baby. Baby.
Okay, do we, 7 o'clock, do we have everyone?
Get up, get up.
Okay, we'll go ahead and, are we live now? Sure. Okay, good evening to those of you just joining us now. It's 7:01 and we are reconvening to open session. Before we move to the Pledge of Allegiance, I just wanted to remind everyone that this meeting is being televised on the Newark Unified YouTube channel. And again, given that I'm talking about the YouTube channel, there are two ways to observe the meeting. One is if you just want to observe and don't want to provide public comment, you would see those the link on our website to our YouTube channel. If you want to provide public comment live, you will also find instructions for the Zoom link for each meeting. And then finally, there you will also find instruction on how to submit written comment, which is comment that will not be read live, but would be submitted as part of the meeting record. Okay. So with that, I would like to ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I've asked Member Rodriguez if he could please lead us in the pledge, and if everybody else could please mute your microphones. Thank you.
Put your hand across your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Last time I did that, I ended up in the Marine Corps, so I don't know.
But thank you for that, Member Rodriguez. Okay. I actually wanted to, Ms. Gutierrez, I think you made me aware, as we all know, Member Rodriguez joined the initial opening of the meeting a few minutes late, just some technology issues, but he did vote via board docs. So his aye vote for the approval of the agenda is reflected. And I just wanted to, I know that you also did a roll call, so I just wanted to make sure I called that out. Okay. Thank you. And I also wanted to make sure that the record shows that student member Salemi has joined us as well. Thank you and welcome. Okay. With that, we move to item 5, which is reporting of closed session items. And there was no reportable action that was taken during closed session. Okay. And so with that, we move to item 6, which is the student report. Oh.
President Martinez, would you like to read the items that were discussed during closed session?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I did it before. So should we do it before and after? I know we traditionally do it before. Okay, so I will review. Closed session items, we discussed public employee discipline dismissal release. And that was 3.1. 3.2 is conference with labor negotiator employee organizations, NTA and CSCA. 3.3 is conference with labor negotiator, NUMA, unrepresented supervisors, and contract management. And 3.4 is conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Okay. And let's see. So with that, we move to item 6, which is the student report, and I'll hand that over to you, Superintendent Triplett.
Thank you, President Martinez. Good evening, board members, community, students, and staff. I'm going to have Ms. Gutierrez introduce the student leaders to speak to the board.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. And for this, we have the junior high. We have our 2 student leaders, Alyssa Torres and Rachel Ristau. And Alyssa and Rachel, we are ready for you.
Hello, welcome.
Hello. Hello, staff, board members, and parents. My name is Alyssa Torres, and I am NJHS ASB president. I will be letting you all know about what happened this November. We continued our weekly quiz games, which is going really well. Next topic I would like to talk about is the canned food drive we held to support Viola of Life. We took the right precautions and had students drop off cans at the front of the school with masks on. Finally, my event committee hosted a movie noon. We watched the movie The Sandlot and asked trivia questions to go with it. Students who were the first to answer the question correctly won a gift card of their choice or apparel from our student store. This event went really well, and students who were there engaged and they were participating lots, which went really well. And here's Rachel with her report.
Hello, board members, parents, and staff. My name is Rachel Restu, and I'm New York Junior High School's ASB Vice President this year. And I'm going to tell you about the future plans that New York Junior High School's ASB leadership class has for the month of November. Our activities committee, led by Alyssa, has decided to implement a second movie noon since the first one turned out so well, and in the holiday spirit, they chose Home Alone. Secondly, our ASB is getting lots of pictures for the yearbook, especially since Spirit Week, Halloween, Thanksgiving, and the break just happened. Next, the junior high is continuing to collect unwrapped toys and cans for the Viola Blythe Foundation. Anyone can drop off cans and toys in the parking lot side of the junior high between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. And our activities committee is also hoping to create an Among Us tournament, which is still in the works. And that's our report. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Gutierrez.
No, it's okay. Thank you very much. And the next student is joining us from the Bridgepoint McGregor campus, and it's Alexis Blanco Barone. Alexis, you may talk.
Good evening, Superintendent, Dr. Triplett, board members, cabinet members. I'm Alexis Blanco Barron, and I'm in 9th grade at Crossroads. I serve on the school site council. Last month, it was reported that Crossroads has a new mascot. However, there was an error. We are the Crossroads Coyotes. Our first quarter awards will be shared as a part of our principal's weekly video announcements. She will be sharing our honor roll and attendance award. The teachers took a part in a self-care bingo. Chef Roberts, Mrs. Hodges, Miss Shepard, where the winners will be treated to the gift cards by Principal Carlton. Students and teachers will be taking part in winter break countdown week starting next Tuesday. There will be dress up and days and prizes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Barron.
Thank you. And then last but not least, our New York Memorial High School student member Salami.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, executive cabinet, students, and community members. I'm happy to be here and share with you all what's happening at Newark Memorial. December 8th, PTSA will have a meeting. This week, the week of December 7th, will be NMHS's Winter Spirit Week. Dress-up days will include Ugly Sweater Day, which is Monday, Hibernation Day, which is Tuesday, Winter Wonderland, which is Wednesday, Christmas Light Day, which is Thursday, Santa's Helper's Day, which is Friday. Throughout that week, we will have many events and different things that we will be doing, such as a holiday playlist that will send out, winter Kahoot, holiday vlog, a gingerbread house competition, holiday bingo, and sending out information on Hanukkah, among other things. We had a successful canned food drive where we raised 800 cans. PTSA was kind enough to donate prizes for a raffle, so we wanted to thank them here tonight. We'll be having our freshman game night on the 16th. We also wanted to share the hard work that NMHS Peer Tutoring Club is doing. They have been a very big help on our campus for all our students. And now for sports. This week we received word that the CIF and NCS that the proposed fall sports season has been postponed until at least January 1st. However, no official start date has been given. The postponement also means that there will be no CIF state playoffs for football, cross country, water polo, or volleyball. We're expecting a statement from NCS on January 19th regarding the status of the NCS playoffs. The idea is by eliminating the playoffs, there will be more time in the calendar for a season when it is safe to do so. The fall gift card drive organized by Newark Memorial Athletics was a huge success. We received nearly $3,500 in donations to support our NUSD families in need. Thank you to all of our supporters and your continuous support to our community. NMHS Athletics is working with elementary school principals to bring back our Reading for Success program back to elementary students via Zoom. Our student athletes will read stories to promote social and emotional health and allow for Q&A sessions. We're excited to bring back this program as it has been a huge success in the past. Last month, we recognized 3 staff members for their hard work and dedication to Newark Memorial, and I would like to share their names here with you all tonight. They are Mr. Dominguez, Mrs. Burns, and Mrs. Nations. And that concludes my student report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salemi. Student member Salemi.
And that's it for the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, we move to employee organizations. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have folks from NTA, CSCA, or NUMA?
We do. We have from NTA and NUMA. So we have Ms. Wendy Castañeda, Dr. Wendy Castañeda for NUMA. Actually, we started, it's okay. Mr. Rose, leave it as is. We have Mr. Abruzzi for NTA.
Hi, thank you.
Good evening.
Good
Welcome.
NTA wanted to report on, we had about social emotional curriculum. We all know that this showed up on the distance learning plan. This curriculum was adopted, but how is the SEL curriculum going to be taught? We're still working on that. NUSD is adopting a curriculum using the learning loss mediation funds, which will be lost in December. The 2 curriculum things that we're talking about is the Character Strong at the junior high level and the second step at the elementary level sites. At the junior high level, we had some issues dealing with how committees were formed and how NTA wasn't notified, but we have corrected that and we're moving forward. And hopefully we'll be, next week, we'll be scheduling a meeting with the junior high on Tuesday with Ed Services and HR. One thing the NTA wants to bring up is that when committees are formed, they need to be brought to NTA leadership and not just to NTA members. The reason why is because NTA leadership knows a little bit more of what's going on and we can somewhat get through these processes a little bit sooner, okay? The other thing NTA wants to bring up is the second step for an elementary. NTA looks at this and realizes that for this program to be successful, we would need at least 1 coach per elementary site to have this SEL curriculum, the social emotional learning curriculum, to work. We don't know if that's going to be possible or not, if there's funds out there. We would like to know if this is going to other sites besides the Schilling and the Graham. How would that be funded? Is this going to be the learning loss mediation funds that we're going to be using, or are we using another funds? And Tay would like to know a little bit about that. Schilling is using the Title I funds. to have this program, Graham is using its SIPSA. So it's used in many different ways. The district is best rolling out a paper company, which is a tutorial company to help out our students who are falling behind. NTA would like to know, was there a committee formed to review this paper company? What extra work would the classroom teacher need to do to make this work, this tutoring thing? And how is this funded for that reason too? Where is the funding coming to pay for this? Also, I got an email from the paper company before the district sent out an email telling me that the district even adopted this. I thought that was kind of weird, and hopefully in the future, the district will communicate with NTA about what is being brought in and how that is being funded. NTA also would like to remember and mention to the district that teachers have a duty-free lunch, and it was brought to my attention that there was a meeting at the snow site to talk about the mergers during the duty-free lunch. So hopefully I'm not correct on that, but I wanted to bring that to the attention to the board. The other thing that I want to bring attention to the board, and has come to my attention, is our credit recovery programs. We have a site McGregor, which, as I understood, was a site that if a student is not on track to graduate high school, then they would be transferred to this site so they can make up these credits and then maybe be able to come back to the high school. Also, we have summer school. Our third program we have is Apex. The question would be is, why was Apex brought in when we had these other two programs for credit recovery? NTA would like to know how that's done. At the high school level, the Apex is funded through the SIPSA, which is depends on how much money is at the high school, depends on how much sections are offered through the Apex program. The other thing the district we would like to know is, I know that we are working on the hybrid MOU. When we get done with that, will we be working on a pause period MOU? Because in the past, this pause period has been implemented at the high school without an MOU, and we would like to avoid that situation. Talking about pathways and reducing Fs in the secondary levels. One of the problems we run into is we do not have prerequisites in the math department, which means that a student who fails an Algebra 1 course can take a geometry course, which sometimes the student does pass, but does put the student a lot of pressure on that student. Same thing is happening in the modern language part at the high school. Why? So if someone can take a French 2 without passing a French 1, that makes it a little bit more difficult for that student to pass the second course. And how successful would that student be? One of the other things we want to know is, will the district be moving to online course registration for the high school and the junior high, since we are not in person and this process was done by paper? Would it be done online? And where are we at on that? The old process did a lot of interruption in instructional time, which we know that some of these students badly need. And lastly, NTA would like to wish Jessica Savetra all luck in her new job. And that's all NTA has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abruzzi.
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Gutierrez, who else will be joining?
Thank you, Mr. Abruzzi. Next one is NUMA, and it's Dr. Wendy Castañeda.
All right, good evening, members of the board and executive cabinet members. On behalf of NUMA, we want to take this opportunity to thank our colleagues in NTA and CSEA for their continued support during distance learning. Additionally, we continue to push ourselves in professional development, ensuring we are up to date with best practices and current hot button issues impacting the California educational system. Multiple members of NUMA attended the CSEA Leadership Summit last month to increase our depth of knowledge in multiple areas of equity, including racial equality, equality during distance learning, and equality in disciplinary practices. Other members of NUMA continue their professional development by attending AXA Academics. We are proud to have such a hardworking, dedicated members in our NUMA group and will continue to support our members, families, and community members that are impacted from the school consolidation decision. We want to end our update with a friendly reminder to the community. As we continue the school year, we want to ensure that we continue to lead with student-focused decisions in mind. We thank you all for your support and dedication to our community.
Thank you very much, Ms. Castañeda.
And that's it for employee organizations.
Okay, thank you, Gutierrez. And so we move to item 8, which is recognitions and celebrations. Superintendent Triplett, we have a very special event occurring today.
Thank you, President Martinez. Yes, this evening we are celebrating someone who's here with us on the board, and in fact, who has been on this board for 20 years. Mr. Ray Rodriguez, board member Rodriguez, is retiring after this term, which is ending effectively this evening. And so we just wanted to take a moment to appreciate you, Member Rodriguez. Your 20 years of service to our community is unparalleled. And what I've been struck by ever since I came was your genuine love and care that you bring to every space. Genuine love and care for our students, for our staff, and for our families. And it just comes through in everything you say and everything you do. So we are planning on introducing to the board a resolution commemorating Member Rodriguez in the upcoming meeting. But this evening, we really want to try to draw this celebration out as long as we can with Member Rodriguez. So this evening, it's going to be the first part, and then we'll have a second part at our next meeting. But at this point, I think we're going to invite anyone who wants to speak. Is that right, Ms. Gutierrez?
Yeah, yes, and I actually I skipped in the spirit of starting the I forgot to ask Ms. Gutierrez if there was public comment, and she just messaged me that there is a public comment, so I'm so sorry. Before we go ahead and open it up to the board members and any other special guests, I'd like to make sure we listen from our public speaker. Go ahead.
Okay. And there was a request to speak on this topic from Cindy Parks. So Mr. Rose, if you could, thank you.
Thank you. I think it was appropriate actually that Dr. Triplett introduced this section, so I don't mind. I'm glad that he started it off. Mr. Rodriguez, I can't believe, I think it's been closer to 25 years that you've been on the board. I just want to say that, first of all, Sue Eustace asked me to extend her thanks once again for all of your years of service. She said she had done it privately, but wanted me to convey that thanks once again publicly. I would like to thank you for your many years of service to the Newark community and especially to the Newark students. It's unfortunate that that this didn't happen during normal times where you would have an in-person recognition celebration. And it's sad that we can't honor you that way this evening due to the pandemic. I hope that this pandemic ends soon so that you and Anna can enjoy this next chapter of your life, one without all of the school board commitments. Thank you again for all of your service, and I wish you the best.
Thank you. And when this pandemic is over and we have an outside celebration, Ms. Parks has graciously told me that she would MC the event. So I'm very excited.
Very good. Very nice and generous. Member Rodriguez, of course, I know that the board members would like to, weigh in, and staff as well. But my understanding was that you were going to have a few guests, maybe some family members, join and say a few words.
Right, I'm not sure. Again, I told them if they're not going to say anything nice, don't call.
So maybe if we can just have them raise their hands, they're on the attendees. So if Ms. Gutierrez, if you can go ahead and kind of promote folks to speak.
Yes, Mr. Rose, if you can help me with this. And for the sake of making it easier, Mr. Rose, could you please do the telephone line first? Can you, Mr. Rose, can you unmute them? I don't have it. If you can hear us, I don't have a name for you, but calling on the telephone for Member Ray Rodriguez, if you can speak. There's a certain,
They may be muted.
there's a certain code that they need to press on their phone. I will get that. If you can't unmute it, Mr. Rose, we will do with the, we'll start with the next one, and then I'll get the code for this caller. The next one is, okay, thank you. You already got it. Tiffany Rodriguez. Tiffany Rodriguez, you have the mic? Or
Okay.
Tiffany, you have the mic?
Okay, thank you. I just wrote a little something. My dad has never thought that being a part of the school board was a job. It was a passion. From day one, he has put his heart and soul into serving the schools, parents, and students. He has always tried to make himself available to serve. If a parent came into his place of business, he never turned them away. He would listen to their concerns, even if he could not offer an immediate solution. He always found it important to try to attend as many school events as possible. Barbecues, reading in the classroom, DARE graduations, kindergarten promotions, high school graduations, plays, walkathons, breakfast with Santa, the senior breakfast, and many more. Choosing to retire was a difficult decision for him. He was, is, and will forever be a Newark Cougar. Thank you. I bet yours.
Oh, she had me at hello. I'm gonna start crying.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. And the next one, if you, for the caller, if you can hear me, you have to press *9. So we're gonna okay, so the caller, *9 on your phone. Nothing. If you wanna, if you can you hear us? Okay. We'll try with the next person, and I have here Larissa. Larissa, you have the floor.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Hi. I'm Ray's granddaughter. Sorry.
Oh, you're gonna make us cry. Take a minute. No.
Hey, she blessed me with my first great grandchild.
Yes. I just want to say thank you for everything. Thank you for, being up on the school board and supporting us throughout our, my entire school year, from kindergarten till I graduated in 2008. And I'll have wonderful memories to this day of him coming onto campus and seeing him. Excuse me. And I always remember, my friends telling me, your grandpa's here. And he would always give them, he would give us money, when he would come on campus, and he would always give money to our friends too, regardless, they're not family or not. So he treats everyone like family. And even till this day, people ask me, oh, I know your grandpa. I remember him coming, to the campus of school and the graduations. And so, it's an honor to have a grandfather that people, recognize as, someone that they, see and will always remember being, at graduations on school campus, everywhere in Newark. So it's an honor for him, to be on the school board. So I just want to say thank you, and it's gonna be hard for my son who is 7. He goes to snow school. For him to grow up and for my grandpa to not be on the school board and walk, and for Angelo to see him and come to all the school events. I mean, I'm sure he will, but like not the same. So, but I just want to say thank you.
Thank you so much.
You know, it's time to retire when you got kids in school and they're grandkids of somebody that I gave a diploma to. You got the kids I gave a diploma, their children, and now the grandkids. So it's time to retire.
And Member Rodriguez, I'm going to double check these names with you. We have Angelo Lagorio. Do you recognize?
Yeah, that's my good-looking son-in-law that takes care of my daughter.
Perfect. The next one we have Angelo Lagorio, please. Angelo, you have the mic.
Looks like you're on mute, though.
Angelo, if you can hear us, you can just unmute yourself. Mr. Rose, can you help us unmute? We can try again with Mr.
Angelo's an attorney, so it takes him a little longer to get stuff done.
He's probably working on a case right now. We can try, Mr. Rose, if you can help me with the next one. Diana Pino, Member Rodriguez? Do you know?
That's my daughter-in-law.
Perfect. Diana Pino, please. Diana, you have the floor. You can unmute yourself. Mr. Rose, you want to promote the other Diana as well? And then, okay. Diana, if you can hear us, you can unmute yourself.
I told you, I don't like Zoom. I'm just glad that my grandkids like it because they wouldn't be able to get their stuff done.
President Martinez, sometimes we have audio failure because of older versions. Do you mind if we try opening video?
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Rose, if you can help me.
And I just wanted, sorry, I will say that because it's a special occasion, because I don't want, I know that I don't want to set to precedent. Okay, but go ahead.
Mr. Rose, if you can help me with this. Okay, we can move Diana. Oh, Diana, can you hear us? Okay, we can move Diana back, and it looks like Angelo is ready. Angelo, can you hear us?
Hi, this is actually this is Monica. I use my husband's computer. Sorry.
Okay.
That we
Hi,
were
Monica.
watching on YouTube and weren't watching the Zoom. So sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to congratulate my dad. I think he was an incredible board member, and I know it wasn't always easy. And there's a lot of behind the scenes that people don't see or don't recognize, but we saw it. And it's just an honor to have someone so dedicated and committed. I mean, he would come home with thick binders and read them until past midnight. he'd stay out at board meetings until past midnight. And every free moment that wasn't spent working or with us was at some school function, supporting kids and staff and teachers. And it was an incredible experience to have my dad give me my diploma. It's something that you just never forget. So we are excited because, you know, I think it's time for my dad to have some free time, but incredibly honored and incredibly blessed to have someone like him as a board member and someone like him as my dad.
You know, when I went on school campuses to visit my kids, their friends welcome me, and my kids give me this look like, "What are you doing here?" You know, why are you bugging us? But their friends were always there and welcome me, and it's so much of a pleasure. 24 years, I never expected to be more than 8 years, and I've served under 6 superintendents and Dr. Triplett. I was thinking of serving under you also, and then my wife told me that I would have to sleep in the garage if that happened. You know, it's just been a pleasure serving the kids of Newark, and my father was a school teacher, and I have so many educators in my family, and this was my way of giving back to my community, and I love serving and working with the kids of Newark and doing our best to make sure that they get every opportunity to be successful. And but again, I never intended it to be 24 plus years. One of the new board members asked me, "Why are you leaving now?" And I, you know, for the first time since I got on the board over 24 years ago, we have one experienced board member and 4 new ones. And I looked at the new board members, and I saw that Newark was in good hands, and we have a new superintendent and a new admin secretary, Ms. Gutierrez, and I'm just excited on. I know there's many challenges ahead of us, and I just feel very, very, very relaxed that the people that are going to be serving our kids moving forward are going to do a great job, and I'm just very proud to have given all the years, and I'm not going anywhere, so I'm still going to be serving on different committees if you want me to, and help out as much as possible. I'm very excited about our new board members and the makeup of the board moving forward. Thank you, Newark.
Thank you. We actually have F. Rodriguez as well.
Oh, that's my daughter, Felicia.
Oh, Felicia. Hi, Felicia. Oh, they moved. Did they? Okay, Felicia, can you hear us? Felicia, can you hear us? Okay, we can hear you.
Hello?
Felicia, do you hear us?
I'm sorry, President Martinez. I didn't think that.
No worries.
Much.
Zoom is difficult. Okay, can we try? Okay, Diana, we got Larissa. Just looking down the list. Olga Borjon. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Olga, can you hear us?
Yes.
I
just want to say thanks to Ray for being on the board for such a long time. I think Larissa was playing baseball with my youngest son, and Ray was on the board, and he said he will stay there until his last child was there. But I guess the tradition continues. But I am happy for you that you are taking the time for yourself and for Anna to enjoy the rest of the journey and have time to just be yourself and take care of all your grandkids from the outside and not be at the school. But I'm sure you will be at the school forever. And again, like everybody else, I just want to thank you for all the service that you have provided to the newer students and our families and the parents. So thank you, and God bless you, Ray.
Thank you, Olga, for always being out there and when we need somebody to serve on the committee. And thank you for raising wonderful kids and all your help with Avanzando when we started it. And I really appreciate you a whole bunch.
Thank you. We have MC Rodriguez. MC Rodriguez, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Sorry, this is his daughter, Magdalena. I just wanted to congratulate him on his retirement. I know, like my other sister said, this is a difficult decision for him. But unlike everybody else, I didn't go to school in Newark, and but I'm thankful that my son, who's 8, has had a few years with him on the board and attending events. And I always admired the fact that he truly, really cared about the community and the kids in the community. And you could tell because he would go to events at schools, random events, like, you know, like just some play or something at someone else's school that his kid wasn't in. And you'd be thinking, why are you here on a Thursday night, you know? But he really, truly enjoyed it. He loves the kids in this community. And like Monica said, you know, there's been some rough times behind the scenes, and that's to be expected when you're on a board, as you all, I'm sure, realize it's not as easy as it seems from the outside. And I just want to say I appreciate him, and I hope that people remember him in a positive light for all of the great things that he's done for this community.
Thank you for taking care of my grandbaby.
Thank you.
Magdalena is a PTA president over at Snow Elementary, and she's really dedicated to the Snow staff and the kids of Snow, and I'm really proud of her.
Thank you. You're on mute, Ms. Gutierrez. Yeah.
Thank you. Allison New. Allison, can you hear us? Allison? Okay. One more time. Allison, can you hear us? Okay. We have Miss Sonia Torres. Sonia, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't expecting to speak, and I was just going through my email and I saw the invite, and I'm glad I got it. Thank you, Ray, for everything that you've done for our community. I want to sit here and think, you know, I was sitting here thinking, oh my God, 24 years. That's a long time. And then I counted my years in Newark, and it's close. It doesn't match exactly, but I'm not far behind you. Of course, in my head, I still think I'm 22, which is when I started in Newark Unified. But I do want to say I do appreciate all of his advocacy for all the students. And I know a lot of times it's not popular to be, you know, do what's best for students. I know we say that a lot. But Ray, excuse me, I didn't think I was going to get emotional. But one thing that has always remained consistent with Ray since I've been here, and I did start in 1999, was that, you know, he has always been an advocate for the student and, you know, and for families, you know, and it's nice to know that, you know, throughout all of the changes in admin and superintendents, that to have that consistency. I was actually fortunate to be Daniel's teacher. I don't know if he already spoke. That's how long ago I've been in the district, and he was, I think I taught Daniel, his son, my first or second year of teaching, and then had several of his children and then even grandchildren. So thank you, Ray. I know it's a thankless job. It's political, and, you know, all of the work, a lot of work, I'm sure, goes unnoticed behind the scenes and at home. And so hats off to your family for that sacrifice. I know in education, you know, a lot of people don't see a lot of that behind the scenes. And so thank you to your family for being so gracious with your time to be, a public servant and for always having the best interests of our students and families. And you will be missed. I know you're still around. And so I find comfort in that, and that I'll probably see you at school events, even though you're not on the board. And so thank you for 24 wonderful years. And I know we've even disagreed on certain things, but at the end, we know that we've had, the best interests of everyone. So thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Sonia, with all the changes at the high school over the years, and she's always been the standard bearer and helping new superintendents and new principals, and being the counselor to so many kids over the years, and also running the Puente program, and she's really a godsend, and I'm so happy that she chose Newark to be the place where she taught our kids, and being a great counselor that she is.
You're on mute, Ms. Gutierrez.
We have T. Jackson, I believe. T. Jackson, can you hear us? T. Jackson, can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I'm actually his other granddaughter, Marcelia.
Yeah.
And sorry, I just wanted to say that I appreciate everything he's done while serving on the school board. I was fortunate enough to experience it, being that I went also to school in Newark from kindergarten through high school. And one of my greatest memories is him handing me my diploma on stage. And yeah, I just really appreciate all that he's done for the city, our community, the schools, and how he's been so supportive. And unfortunately, my daughter won't be able to have that same experience, but I'm glad that he'll have more time to spend with her outside of that. So thank you. I love you.
I love you. She gave me my first great granddaughter, Alea, and Jessica knows her very well because she worked at the elementary school where Jessica was a principal. And Marcella just finished her degree, and hopefully she'll stay with special needs kids, but whatever she decides to do as a family, we're going to support her. And I'm so proud of her and what she's accomplished, as just very proud of Marcella.
And then we're just going to try the phone number one more time. The caller, if you're able to press *9 to unmute yourself. And I apologize, Member Rodriguez, if we were not able to get all your family members to speak tonight. With technology, it's not always as easy, but hopefully we tried. Mr. Rose, you can move the caller back. Thank you. President Martinez?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And, I can only imagine how it feels, Member Rodriguez, to hear your family and your longtime friends. So I know that, at the end, we'll probably have some opportunities to speak again, but I did want to ask any of the board members or staff if you'd like to make a brief remark to Member Rodriguez.
I think I see the Mr. Noob is raising his hand, or he's not.
Thank you.
Okay, but yeah, we'll do one more and then we'll come back to the board. Okay, absolutely. Very good.
Oh.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hello, Mr. Noob.
Hello,
Yeah, hello. And thanks for letting me in. I really appreciate that. When I heard that you went to the board members, I said, I'm going to raise my hand because I'm happy I can say a couple of words to Mr. Rodriguez. Ray, thank you for all the service to the community. I think, it's a wonderful job being on the board. And the fact that you've been there for so long is just really wonderful. And everybody needs to be thankful for that. I'm going to miss the conversations we frequently had at your office. And of course, we didn't always agree. You know, I'm more the person who likes to go through documents with a fine tooth comb, and you know, your strength is definitely that you are the heart of the board. You think of the kids, you think of the parents, and you know, the way you lead meetings, you manage meetings is amazing. You always know when to say the thank yous and to appreciate people. And you know, you've done a fantastic job in that field. So I wish you all the best, and I hope you stay involved with Newark Unified.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newt.
Mr. Newt, I just wanted to say I appreciate you and coming up to the podium and serving on the bond committee. And you're a great dad. And I know not only do you love your own kids, but you love Newark kids. And I appreciate the fact that you're staying involved and you know, and Newark Unified with our kids. And greatly appreciate everything you do for us. He's a great photographer, by the way.
Okay, so just sorry about that. So I know that I had asked the board or staff if you wanted to just make a brief comment, or if you want to hold it toward the end of the meeting, I will leave it to you.
I will start. Congratulations, Member Rodriguez. You will now have more free time to dedicate to our community. So I'm sure we are all grateful for that time and dedication that we know you will continue to have to our community members. I was doing the math, and I believe you also gave me my diploma as I walked in the stage at the high school. So thank you for that. Thank you for your time and service to our community and to our school board. Congratulations on your retirement.
I remember Ms. Gutierrez from the time she was at Schilling and then you know, involved at the high school and with Mrs. Larson, with Vivian and her Camino Nuevo group and when she decided to run, you know, to fill a vacancy that we had on the board, we were all excited. And now she's an admin secretary, and Dr. Triplett, you got it made. You got somebody that's very, very dedicated and that's going to do her best for the kids of Newark. So I appreciate you, Lucia, and thank you for serving our kids.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll go
Remember
next.
when?
Well, now I kind of feel jilted because I missed you giving me the diploma by 3 years.
Just by a couple years.
Yes, I'm too old. But I just really want to say, Ray, what a legacy you have established here in the community, and you're so loved by the community members and also especially your family. And I have been able to witness it firsthand, especially the last several months. You have graciously also extended your generosity and kindness and advocated for me and helped encourage me with my election. And I just really wanted to say thank you personally for that. And then also, and also, you know, you, and I just want to appreciate you for your guidance and your willingness to share your many years of experience with not just me, but with the rest of the new board members here and with staff. So I just want to wish you a wonderful retirement. Enjoy your family. And I know that you will still be around for us. And that's just a big part of who you are, just like other members of your family had said, and along with other speakers from earlier, you do have a huge heart, and you show so much compassion and kindness to all of the students and families here in Newark. So thank you.
Thank you, Fong, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't run when I knew that you and Bowen were going to run, and the other people that put their names in, and I knew that we were in good hands. And remember Martinez, President Martinez. I mean, the three of you at the forefront of with the new board members coming in and taking us to new beginnings with a new superintendent. And I know that you're all going to do a great job, and I appreciate your commitment to kids. You might have disagreements over the years, but if you refocus on children and what we're trying to do for kids, that'll get you through any disagreements you might have. And I just have every faith in my heart that you're going to be a strong board, and we need strong leadership now in Newark with all the different things going on, and I feel very comfortable that Newark is in good hands.
Thank you.
So member Rodriguez, initially I always thought you've been on the board for 24 years, but it looks like it's more than 25 years. So could you tell, were you initially?
You were just a baby, right? You were just a baby, I guess, when I
was probably before grade school. But were you initially appointed, or you won an election in an odd numbered year or something?
No, I had to run twice, in 1994, then I ran again in 1996 and won.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so that's more than a quarter century of your service dedicated to the board. I think I've been on the board for almost 2 years. I think you've always been professional and gracious to all of us, whether it's in the public session or in closed session. And obviously, you welcome every new board member with an open arms, and I always appreciate your support and your camaraderie on the board. And a quarter century of your life, that is really, really long time for anybody to be dedicated to a cause that someone believes deeply in. And as you're on the board, as an insider, you know that we don't just spend the 10 hours per month attending meetings. You spend way more than that. And behind the scenes, there are a lot of other things that we do. We still spend our times on that others don't know. But you did it for a quarter century. That's really, I think it's easy for people to do something good for a brief period of time, but you did it with a quarter century. That's the hard part. So hope you still stay involved in the community. Hope you continue to support the board members, and I congratulate you on a happy retirement.
Thank you. I was only 20 years old, by the way, when I started. In case you know.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Ms. Dela Cruz.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, I met you when I was at Mission Valley ROP. And who would have known that, 15 years later, that we're still working together. So as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, I think I've worked with you the longest. I don't think people realize that, at least in this group anyway. And I'll always remember how you were the #1 advocate for Newark Unified School District. You're always looking out for your kids. And it's just amazing how your career and, your dedication has really helped your community and helped the school district. I still remember the time when you care so much about the kids. You remember the cosmetology program? How you were able to fill up our boardroom. I don't think our boardroom was ever so popular. Since that time. But I just want to appreciate you, and I'm really glad that we had this opportunity to work together. I don't think people realize that Mr. Rodriguez actually served on 2 boards. That's how dedicated he was. And the other board they met once a month. So, he was meeting like 3 times a month. So congratulations on your retirement. I'm glad again that, we've had this opportunity to work together for so many years, and in a couple of places. And so good luck. It was really nice to hear from your family how much they love you and appreciate you and admire you. And congratulations.
And I appreciate you, Ms. Dela Cruz. When you decided to put your name in to become our new CBO, I was so excited because of all the great work you did with Mission Valley RP. I knew it was going to be a steep learning curve for you, and you've just knocked it, hit a home run. And I know all the other board members appreciate you and answering our questions and your dedication to the kids of Newark. And we never want you to go back to RP, by the way. You can't go anywhere. You got to stay with us. And every time I look at that beautiful building on the corner of Blakeow and Stevenson, and what it took to get that built, and the fact that our kids take advantage of all the different ROP classes that are available to them, it's a nice partnership that we have, and having you as our CBO makes me feel real good that, you know, Newark is going to continue to move forward. And we want you to lobby more for Newark, by the way, to have more of our kids, more programs. But anyway, thank you, and I appreciate you whole bunches.
Thank you. You're one of the reasons why I came here too.
Thank you.
Can I go next?
Yes, Ms. Saavedra. Yes.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Well, I think, I don't know if anybody noticed how he tends to turn the attention around back to you. And I think that's one of the best traits that Mr. Rodriguez has. It's truly been an honor, sir, to work along your side. You're an inspiration to a lot of young people, a lot of old people, a lot of us, really. Your leadership has taught us a lot in that dedication that you bring to the table every day. Even in your with dealing with health issues that in the past I seeing you get there and make yourself get to board meetings so that you can continue to provide the support that you do so naturally bring with you. It's been a great honor to observe. And yes, I had the great opportunity to meet your granddaughter, as you mentioned, Marcelia, and I worked together when I was a principal, and I can truly see that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You know, she's an amazing human being, a person, teacher, and I can see that where she gets that from, and it's been truly an honor working next to you, sir. Happy retirement.
The first time I met you, I was dressed up in Santa Claus, and you didn't know who this guy was coming on your campus. But I appreciate you. I know it's been a learning curve for you, and you've done very well. And it's not easy being an HR director and all the other roles that you've had. And I know you're going elsewhere. And I've always, even though we've lost wonderful people that have gone to other school districts, I always appreciated the fact that we were able to hopefully give you a good foundation so that no matter where you go, they're going to say, man, this person really has her stuff together. And it's going to be, hopefully, you'll think back of Newark and where you got your foundation. And thank you for serving our kids. And it's been a tough road the last few years. And, but you've hung in there, and I appreciate you a whole bunch. Good luck in your new endeavors.
Thank you, sir. You too. Happy retirement.
Thank you.
City Member Salemi, yes?
I just wanted to thank you, Member Rodriguez, for all the hard work and time when it comes to serving our community. Not only have you dedicated your life to our schools and my peers, but Newark as a whole, and I appreciate that. Jobs like these obviously aren't easy, and it takes a lot, and it is inspiring to see how passionate you are. And I think I'm someone that can learn a lot from that. I've gone to school here and lived here my whole life, and you are always visiting our campuses and speaking to our school sites and different administrators. And I honestly, truly appreciate that. You truly come to this with the intention to do great things for our community. And for the short time that I've been serving in this role, I've been able to witness firsthand your kindness. Even in these long meetings, you are one of the first people to appreciate someone, whether it is a student representing their school or a principal presenting their school spotlight. So I just want to say thank you for that. And we all appreciate you.
And you're awesome. What you did with having that resolution with Black Lives Matter, and when you decided to be the student board member, I was so excited, and you made me so proud when you were able to put that together. And our kids should feel very grateful that they have somebody that represents them as well as you do. And I see nothing but great things in your future. Whether you come back and be the mayor of Newark, or assembly member, or whatever you decide to do, I know you'll do it well. And I appreciate your dedication to the students of Newark, especially at the high school.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so Superintendent Triplett, you already spoke, so I'm going to say I'm last unless you want to say something else.
Go ahead, and I'll save up for the
next time.
17th.
Yes. Member Rodriguez, obviously, whether it's 24, a little bit more to Member Zhang's point, I mean, that's a tremendous career, supporting our kids, our families. And that's just going to be, it's very difficult to replicate. So it's very unique, and thank you so much. Those of us that are on the board, and this is hard work, right? It's hard work tactically, meaning the work that you do, but also just emotionally, because we do have to do a lot of work. And I know for you, because of those connections that you have with the community, I could imagine how those sometimes difficult decisions weigh on you. I've heard the word advocacy from several folks, and I've met you obviously when I got on the board, but I've known people that have known you, your whole career, if you will. And that's the one word that they keep talking about, is how you are such an advocate, not only for our kids, but their families and staff. And I've seen that. And so that, it's just, you're a really good role model for us to follow with that real connectivity to who we are serving. I think that, personally for me, you've been so selfless in helping and offering up, as you saw me struggling, figuring out how to run a meeting, and just really tossing enough for me to learn to go fish on my own, and that is I love that in terms of your style. So I really appreciate that. And the things as I was thinking about, what I want to really try to emulate is that connection that you do have with, when I see you, whether it's handing out lunches or just appearing at whatever event, you are there with such ease. You are there, you belong there, people know you, and people gravitate to you. And that is something that I aspire to. So thank you for sharing that, for giving us that example. And it's so great to hear your family, be so proud of you. And anyway, I probably said too much already. Thank you so much. I know you're going to be around. We will continue to tap your experience. And thank you so much. Thank you for everything.
I remember when you came on the board, and I was thinking, who is this person? It's going to come here and change everything, tell us what to do. But you have shown me so much growth in just the 2 years that you've been on the school board. And I know that your heart's in the right place as far as doing things for kids. And I know that you're going to keep growing as a board member. And whether you like it or not, you're the longest term board member, and people are going to be looking for you for leadership. And I know you're going to provide it. And I know it's been a tough year. A lot has happened in the last year since you've been president, and you've handled it very well and professionally. And I'm proud, and I feel good when I look at what more potential you're going to have, and the things you're going to be able to, as you lead the new board, moving forward. And thank you for your dedication to our kids, President Martinez. Appreciate you whole bunches.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Whew,
how long did we go? Did we go over a half hour? I'm in big trouble.
A little bit. I know, I was teasing that I was going to try to manage the time, because you all know that I try to do that. So anyway, I hope that I didn't cut anybody off. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. You did very well. I appreciate it.
More to come to Superintendent Triplett's comment. So about something next at our next meeting. So with that, we will move forward with tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and let's see, where were we? So we, for those of you who joined at the beginning of the meeting, we did amend the agenda. We removed all of section 9. So with that, we move to item 10, which is the superintendent report.
All right, thank you, President Martinez. And again, Board Member Rodriguez, thank you on behalf of the entire Newark Unified School District. And we're inviting you to come back on the 17th so we can commemorate you with the resolution. So that is certainly a hard act to follow, but I'll give it a shot. Let's see, let me put this up here. So this session's superintendent's report, we actually have some more things to celebrate. On December 9th at 7 p.m., the Alameda County Office of Education is going to be honoring the District Teachers of the Year. And they have instituted a new honor in addition to that called Bridging the Distance Awards. And this is for teachers who have demonstrated innovation, creativity, compassion, care, and a commitment to equity during the COVID-19 pandemic. So in September, during one of our celebrations, I think it was one of our first ones, I celebrated this teacher, and it's an honor to be able to celebrate her again. And that is Miss Raber, who is a second grade teacher at Schilling Elementary. She has been nominated. She's one of only 7 awardees from across the county. There was, I believe, 261 nominations, and our very own Miss Raber has been awarded as one of the Bridging the Divide honorees for the year. So anyone can tune in on the 9th at 7 p.m. I invite everybody to join us to celebrate Miss Raber, and just want to personally congratulate her. Tremendous teacher.
She's awesome.
The next thing I wanted to speak on briefly is just an update around the COVID-19 situation. As you all know, we've been in the purple tier now for a number of weeks, and today the governor actually announced a new stay-at-home order for certain counties. And there'll be more information coming, I'm sure. People are still trying to understand exactly what the details of the stay-at-home order, but did want to communicate that we confirmed with the county, and the stay-at-home order does not refer to K-12 schools in the sense of we will be continuing to go to work, to be supporting students both in distance learning and continuing to support at sites. So there's nothing in the order that says that we will that staff that have been coming into work will need to shelter in place. I also wanted to highlight that we have been partnering with the BACH, and they are offering free COVID testing. They already had a number of free COVID testing opportunities. There are 2 days coming up, December 11th and 12th, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's at the Bridgepoint parking lot. Really want to appreciate the Bridgepoint staff and leadership, Ms. Calderon, for welcoming the BACH into to be able to do that testing. And that's available for anyone who wants to or feels like they need to be tested for COVID. Some other updates around COVID-19 and distance learning, and also the reopening. So as student member Salemi alluded to, our athletics are continuing at Newark Memorial despite the shelter in place. And that's continuing to be strictly conditioning, but there's no contact with any of the in any of the athletic programs. We're continuing with Cadango preschool. That's at Schilling and Graham Elementaries. And we also are continuing with the Think Together program. It's now open at Schilling. And so it's allowing some students to come and have a place where they can do distance learning in a setting with mentors. Also wanted to share that we are finalizing our agreement with Curative, and that's the company that is going to be offering us and other districts regular testing of staff members for COVID-19. So it'll offer the opportunity for staff members to be able to be tested on a regular basis, probably monthly, and I think that'll really help with peace of mind and safety and health. And then we plan on submitting our reopening plan to Alameda County before January. And of course, we are not intending to open, and we of course would not open while we're still in the purple tier for the state. But once we are in the red tier and we've concluded our agreements with our labor partners, then we'll be opening. But I definitely do not anticipate that that will be any time before January. And then, oh yeah, that's the last point on there, the last bullet. The board has asked me that to always to do a little update on enrollment. So I wanted to provide this session's update. This is an enrollment snapshot as of the 2nd of December. So as of yesterday, and you can see the column of the green on the left is our projected numbers when we were budgeting for the year, and then you can see that the numbers on the right are our enrollment numbers as of yesterday. And so we are about I believe 74 students below our projections. And again, this is just to keep everybody updated. We continue to recruit and attract families and students, but we are a considerable number below our projections. That does not impact this year's ADA, but it will. We need to be very careful, because when we next year the state begins to utilize ADA again in that way, then it will be impacting our funding. Wanted to also give an update on the school consolidation process. So since the board voted in the last session and voted to merge Snow and Graham onto the Graham campus, voted to consolidate Music Elementary into 2 schools, 2 other schools in our district in 22-23, and also voted to move the 6th graders from all of our elementaries into the junior high campus to form a middle school in 2022-23 as well. So since then, here's some of the things we've been doing. We know that this has caused a lot of anguish and pain for the community, for staff, for students, for families. As of the day after the board vote, we've been providing mental health supports for students and staff. I and my team have begun meeting with staff of all of the impacted schools, and we'll continue to do that. Met this week with, we had a number of meetings, and then again, next week we'll do the same. And likewise, we'll be meeting with the families of the impacted schools, and we've started that process as well. And that'll be ongoing, both meetings with staff and families from the impacted schools. We also conducted a Graham site walk today with Principal Bird and different district staff to begin to get a sense of the facilities and what's going to be needed for the merger. And then we're planning a joint staff meeting of Snow and Graham faculty on December 14th. And we hope at that point that we'll be kicking off a design team made up of members of both communities that will help to think about the merger process and ensure that we are doing everything we can to create the very best merged new school that will be on the Graham campus. Then in terms of some of the things that are coming up in the school consolidation process. So between January and February is going to be a really critical time, both for the board decision around the Snow and Graham merger, also the music consolidation decision, and likewise even the 6th grade transition to the junior high campus. Because all of those decisions, even the ones that are starting in a year, they have implications for this upcoming year's enrollment projections, staffing, and budgeting. And so this January and February is the time that we have to get started on all of those processes. It happens every year, but this year it's particularly important. So we'll be working on enrollment projections, and then from those enrollment projections, being able to project the staffing needs, and from that, then building the budgets for all our schools. And likewise, as I mentioned in the last slide, in January, we hope to be able to form the design team and for the Snowgram merger. And then from February on, that'll really be the work of the design team to begin the process of building this, this new school identity. And then lastly, the facilities. January, we will continue to assess the different facility needs at the campus at Graham, and then begin the preparations for the merger. So I'll be giving updates every board meeting with regard to what's happening with this process. Also wanted to share out, very excited that I believe it was Board Member Rodriguez that made a reference to the Black Lives Matter in the Classroom resolution that student member Salemi and other student leaders brought forth earlier in this year. Part of that resolution, as you recall, was a call, a request to begin implicit bias trainings for all staff. And so we have really delighted to say we've begun that process. Our first session of implicit bias trainings happened with principals on November 19th. And then we put in place the additional sessions that are going to occur with all teachers and staff from January to May. So our goal is by the end of May that all our staff are trained in these 3 sessions of implicit bias. And of course, we recognize that that is not something that we just finish and then check off the box, but the equity work is lifelong work. And so our plan is to continue to build what we're going to do once we have completed these 3 sessions, and how that kind of work will continue for all of us. And then lastly, I wanted to just front load a little bit about as the new board comes on at our next session, we are planning board trainings for the board to come together as a new board and start to orient and norm. So between the 3rd or the 4th week of January, we'll have a session. It's of course a public meeting, one day for approximately 4 hours, either a weekday or a Saturday, where we'll come together to and be facilitated by an outside facilitator around being oriented towards being a new board together. And that is my report for this evening. Any questions or things I can answer or elaborate on?
So for the January 3rd and 4th, the board training, does that mean we need to book the entire day, or at least one morning for the entire board to be in a session?
Yeah, thank you, Member John. Yeah, no, it's either the week of the 3rd or the week of the 3rd or 4th week. Yeah, so the date hasn't been confirmed, and of course we'll be checking with all the new board members to make sure that availability and also availability of the facilitator. So more to come on that. Just wanted to just give a little prelude to the fact that that will be coming down the pike.
Yeah. But I think to answer his question, it's a 4-hour session, Ms. Gutierrez or Superintendent Triplett.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
I think those are the options that will get presented for those weeks. You could either do maybe a afternoon/evening, or maybe I think we did that prior. We did a Saturday session, right? So maybe those are the options, Member Jean, that we'll have to explore.
Yeah,
I have a question, if you don't mind, Superintendent. When we did the merger of Bunker and Milani, and then we had a committee set up to look at the name change, and it was we made it very exciting, and ended up with Birch Grove, primary and intermediate. Are we going to do something similar with Graham and Snow, and is that something that's to look forward to?
Yes, exactly. Because we're merging 2 schools together, it's not one school closing or the other school closing, but really coming together so that the best of both schools can come together and create a new identity. And as part of that new identity, that will be a new name. But that's not something that I will be doing. That's really something that we want to come from the community, have a process. I would expect students, staff, families to all be engaged in in the naming of the school.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Superintendent, for your report.
Thank you.
And with that, we move to item 11, which is public comment on non-agenda items. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have requests for speak? Yep, okay.
Request from Mr. Rose, if you could please move Annabelle Gutierrez.
You're on mute, Ms. Gutierrez. No, oh, okay. Or sorry.
Okay, actually, sorry, Carlos, the name is different. It's 1 second, Mr. Rose, I apologize. Carlos Zarate.
Good evening. My name is Annabelle Zarate, and I'm a Graham School parent. The reason I'm here speaking to you tonight is to express my extreme frustrations over the lack of transparency, equity, and the disrespect towards the students and families of my community. Dr. Triplett, how dare you? How dare you continue to make Graham's parents and students feel less than others in this district? I have lived in this community for my entire life. I was a student in this district since kindergarten, and I've always felt that Graham is treated like an unwanted stepchild of the district. Today, I and other members of the community continue feeling bullied by you all, and we have had enough. We, the community of Graham School, were confident that Dr. Triplett, the board, and district leadership would take the time to value and acknowledge the diversity of our community, and more importantly, take care of our students. However, we have been deceived. On November 19th, the Board of Trustees voted to consolidate Graham and Snow in 2021-22, not to merge the schools, but to consolidate them. A merger for us means that Graham School will be closed and renamed as they did with Bunker and Milani. Is that the plan now? If so, what would the cost be, and why did the board not vote for it? We appreciate the Board of Trustees for taking the time and reviewing the data and facts and deciding to keep our cohort of students together. We are also looking forward to joining the Snow families at our site. But Dr. Triplett, you have not yet acknowledged Graham School's parents, students, or staff since you became our superintendent, even though we have communicated with multiple news outlets and had hundreds of parents, students, staff, and community members peacefully protesting your discriminatory actions against us. Now, I understand there will be a forum next week. Is this specifically to discuss the consolidation or the merger? We are concerned about the timeline, allocation of resources, equipment to meet the needs of our special ed, English learners, and socially disadvantaged students, especially when we know that Snow has approximately 50% of socially disadvantaged students and 23% second language learners. We are also wondering, would Dr. Triplett do the same to parents at Kennedy? Where is the equity across the board? Will we have the same resources
20 seconds
across the track have? We understand there is a deficit, but we would like to know how much money is allocated to each school based on the needs of our students and not on wealth. Let's start by having a conversation with all stakeholders involved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, Ms. Gutierrez. Sorry, I know you're having, maybe Mr. Rose, can you promote the second speaker?
Okay, the next one, Mr. Rose, is Monica Piedra. And this one will be in Spanish, so I will 3 minutes for the speaker in Spanish and then 3 minutes for me to translate.
Thank you. Is there a reason we have video? Is it?
Yes, it's an older version. Señora Piedra, por favor, ¿puede apagar su video? Solamente su audio. Gracias. Ok, puede empezar a hablar.
Buenas noches, miembro de la mesa directiva y superintendente Truppet. Mi nombre es Mónica Piedra Quiroz, soy madre de la escuela Graham y miembro de la mesa directiva de ILAC. Nosotros, la comunidad de la escuela Graham, estamos seguros de que el superintendente Truppet, su equipo se tomaron su tiempo para valorar y reconocer la diversidad de nuestra comunidad. Y lo que es más importante, las necesidades de todos nuestros hijos. El 19 de noviembre, la mesa directiva votó a favor de la consolidación de Graham y Snow para el año 2021 y 2022. No fusionar, lo cual para nosotros quiere decir la escuela Graham tendrá que ser cerrada y ponerle otro nombre, como lo hicieron con Bunker y Milan. ¿Ese es el plan ahora? Si lo es, ¿cuál sería el costo y por qué la mesa directiva no votó por eso? Apreciamos que la mesa directiva se tomó el tiempo para revisar los datos y hechos y decidió mantener juntos como equipo. También esperamos unirnos a las familias de Snow en nuestra localidad y ojalá discutir un plan firme donde todos los estudiantes se beneficien y no a los adultos. Los padres y los miembros de la comunidad de Graham sentimos que hemos sido engañados, superintendente Triplett, cuando usted ha tomado tiempo para comunicarse con nosotros, los padres y la comunidad de Graham. Hasta ahora nunca, a pesar de que hemos tenido protestas pacíficas, usted no ha tomado el tiempo. Sabemos que se necesita un pueblo para criar y educar a nuestros niños. Y trabajamos juntos, si trabajamos juntos podemos crear Graham y Snow para convertirnos en una de las mejores escuelas de Newark. Así que comencemos para involucrar a todas las personas de las partes interesadas. Gracias.
Gracias. Ms. Gutierrez.
The board, I'm going to have to apologize. I will provide you a translation later. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to capture all that.
Okay, and for the most part, and, I think just to be fair to our English speakers, it was almost a verbatim translation of the first speaker. So the context is the same. But yes, thank you. If you could please add the transcript to the meeting minutes, would be great. Thank you. Okay, and with that, we move to old business, which is first item is 12.1 Forefront Power Solar Projects at Newark Memorial High and Newark Junior High. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Martinez. So I'm excited about these next two agenda items because I think it's really valuable that we are shifting to be a more green and environmentally conscious district. And so I'm going to invite Ms. Dela Cruz to speak in more detail about this first item involving the power solar projects.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have our guest panelists? Okay.
Yes, they're being transferred over now.
All right. Yes. Good evening, President Martinez and board members. As you recall, last year, the board approved the solar projects at the junior high and the high school. So since then, we have been meeting with the Forefront team to make sure that we stay on schedule. But, unfortunately, we did get a little bit of a delay because of the pandemic. And I wanted to make sure that you received an update today. So I have Mr. Brian Taylor from Forefront, as well as Miss Lisa Payne here to give you an update. And also we have an opportunity to increase our savings, and Mr. Taylor will be talking to you about that as well. Mr.
Thank you.
Taylor
Thank you.
or?
Oh, sorry, Miss Dela Cruz. And Miss Gutierrez, I did not ask if we had any public comment on this item.
No public comment.
Thank you. And so before we open discussion, may I have a motion and a second to open, to approve the motion? The recommended action, sorry.
I move to approve the amended and restated energy service agreement with Forefront Power.
Thank you, Member Jean.
Second.
Thank you, Student Member Salemi. Okay, thank you. All right, and so go ahead, Ms. De La Cruz. You were going to introduce our guest speaker.
Yes, so Mr. Brian Taylor and Ms. Lisa Payne will give you an update on the progress of the solar project as well as the amended agreement proposal.
Hi, folks. Brian Taylor here. Hi, Board of Trustees and Superintendent. We wanted to give a brief update on the status of the projects and the solar option. So I think it may make sense to just turn to the storage project first. So we have this storage solution that I believe is in the agenda. I don't see it on my screen, but I assume that you have it there.
Did you want to share your screen, Brian or Mr.
Yeah,
Taylor? Or
I can do that.
Okay.
One moment. Forgive me for the delay. Great. So as you may recall, we entered into a agreement for solar energy at the high school and the junior high school. The high school had a storage project, a battery storage project with the solar project. That was originally as contracted, a 250 kilowatt battery that was going to provide incremental savings to the district of about $14,000 in year one. We have continued to evaluate your load, your usage profile at the high school, and believe that there is a solution that will save you more money. And so that's what we're proposing now. We're proposing moving from a 2-hour battery to a 4-hour battery, which is a slightly bigger battery. Actually, it's double the size of the battery, and leading to more district savings. So this is better for you guys. It requires a slightly larger footprint and a couple other bells and whistles on the technology front because it's a slightly larger system, but it gives you more money. So I believe that's up for approval tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that, but that's it in a nutshell. It's if you recall, maybe I'll spend 30 seconds just as a reminder, because I know it's not something you deal with every day. A battery storage system intelligently discharges the energy to shave the demand spikes that you would see at the high school. So the utility charges you every month for the highest one moment, the highest 15-minute interval every month. And so depending on the height of how much you're drawing in from the utility on a particular moment, that's how much your bill is. What the battery does is it absorbs solar energy and then has a brain in it, an algorithm that senses when you're about to have one of those spikes, and it intelligently discharges the energy from the battery system to prevent the utility from seeing one of those spikes, allowing you to kind of control your load, particularly in the eyes of the utility. This portion of the bill, these demand charges, have been rising at a faster clip than every other portion of your PG&E bill. So historically, you have two big parts of your bill. One is your energy charges, and the other one is these demand charges. And these demand charges have been rising at about 8 to 9% a year. And so this bigger battery is going to allow us to attack that faster, that portion of your bill that's rising at a faster rate, give you more flexibility, and save you more money. So that is the update on the battery storage. And as I shift kind of to the remaining portion, which is essentially an update on the progress, I think in a nutshell, the status with the solar project is we signed this agreement in November of 2019. We had projected for a summer construction in summer of 2020, this past summer. That means that we hit the ground running. We were doing our diligence on the project and preparing to move through DSA, procure steel, and get everything procured and starting to arrive right in March as COVID hit. No, I'm not sharing my screen. Okay, great. Sorry about that. So in a nutshell, COVID hit at the exact wrong time, at the exact time that we were planning to procure and start spending, serious money on the project. And we were being pulled off various projects, being told that we had to stop construction. If you recall, in March, things were very topsy-turvy. Hindsight 2020, that we as a society have made it through okay, but we didn't know what was going to happen to a lot of these projects. So we had to make some difficult decisions at that point. We communicated those decisions to the district. We talked about whether we were going to try and build these systems as soon as possible, or if we missed our summer construction window, so we were going to punt to the next summer for a construction window. The decision was made after a conversation with the district to punt to summer 2021, and that is the decision. We are in a really good spot right now because we have interconnection approval from the utility. We have some time before we start construction, so we should have a very organized and orderly construction process. And it's unfortunate that this has had to have been delayed a year, but it was a year like no other. And we stand committed to the projects. And anyway, that's it in a nutshell. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, just a quick one. So when we were approving the 2-hour battery, was that at the time the 4-hour battery was not available, or?
A couple of things happened at that time. So at the time that we were moving forward, we had submitted interconnection applications in December of 2017 on behalf of the district. So many, like 2 years before we actually approved the project. That got you grandfathered on the then existing time of use rates, which were, if you recall, the peak period in PG&E has now shifted from 12 to 6 to 4 to 9. Mm-hmm. And so we got you grandfathered on those rates. And because you were on those rates, you had different rates at that time. And thus the battery storage wasn't even saving you as much as it is now. So we collectively with the district continue to evaluate what it would look like to pair the battery with the solar and then take you off of that grandfathering option, basically changing your rate. And we continue to evaluate it. We saw that the savings would be greater to the district if we didn't grandfather you on the old time of use rates. So we pulled that old interconnection application, resubmitted this new interconnection application, have continued to evaluate it. And we see now that we're on this new thing that we weren't on when we signed the deal, that this 4-hour battery is a better opportunity. So hopefully.
Yep. Other questions? So I have a question. So with regards to impact, Ms. De La Cruz, to the expected cost. So clearly there's a benefit to going to this new model, if you will. What's is there an additional cost that we're incurring to go to this model?
I'm happy to answer that if you'd like.
Oh, okay.
But so if you recall, the district is moving forward, is procuring solar and storage under something called a power purchase agreement, AKA an energy services agreement. There's no capital outlay on the part of the district. So you are paying for the solar energy generated by the system at a rate that is flat below what you're paying your utility now. And we finance the systems and we get the revenue over time of you purchasing that energy. Same thing with the battery storage system. There's no capital outlay on the part of the district. And so the energy services payment, the service payment that you're paying for the battery is going up. But the bigger battery, it's because it's a bigger battery, and the bigger battery will be earning its keep, so to speak, by reducing your PG&E bill more than the other battery.
Just to add to that, President Martinez, our commitment in terms of costs was about $100,000, if I remember, and that would be dependent upon if there were any conditions, DSA that may require fees that are not covered by Forefront. So in that regard, no, there is no increase either. And in terms of our district savings, it's an additional, is it $10,000 more, Brian?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, yes.
In year one. And that compounds over time as utility rates go up. You essentially are saving more as you're avoiding increases.
Yeah, so initially between the two schools, Newark Junior High and Newark Memorial, we were projecting a savings of about $145,000 a year. So now with this, it'll be more like 155. And it will the savings should increase every year, is my understanding. And then in terms of the design and the layout, I think that was attached to the agenda as well, just so you can see where the panels will be located at the two locations. And I don't know if Lisa, Ms. Payne, did you have anything to add in terms of the schedule, the timeline? You're muted.
I had a question when you have time.
Go ahead, Mr. Rodriguez.
No, I was just wondering what the board has already approved and the difference. I realize that's going to be more savings, but I'm just looking at the actual, because we're going from a 2-hour to a 4-hour battery. So I'm just looking at the additional amount of money that you're asking for. I know it's in there somewhere. I just haven't had a chance to really go through it tooth and nail. Just trying to get an idea of the additional money you're asking for.
Yeah, Mr. Rodriguez, there is no additional cost to the district.
Okay. That works out real well. Thank you. So then the question is, if there's no additional cost and we already approved it, then what's
the modification to the contract? Right, correct? Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and the modification does not increase, there's no increase of commitment from the district money-wise then?
Correct.
Okay, that's great. I wish we had
more of these.
Every board meeting.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
sorry, go ahead, member one.
And we've had our legal team look over the contract and everything is sufficient, Ms. De La Cruz?
Yes, I did send the amendment to our legal for review, and there was nothing in the contract per se that was what they would say a deal breaker. There might be a couple of items that I will review with Mr. Taylor and Ms. Payne.
Okay. So my second question is, I know it took us a long time to get here, but is there a reason why, I may have missed it earlier, why it took us so long to evaluate this process and finally, I mean, it's a year out, so, but we can move forward now, so that's good. So my question is, why couldn't we move sooner?
Yeah, no, they've been moving all along. This particular amendment with the battery just came up about a month ago.
Oh, okay.
But in terms of the progress, that's why I wanted Lisa, Ms. Payne, to actually give you a little bit more information on that, because we have done a lot of work in the last several months. And just to give you an idea of when we expect to have a groundbreaking ceremony and when the project is actually projected to be completed and when the plans are going to DSA, et cetera.
Yeah, it looks like Lisa's having some technical difficulties and is not able to be heard. We can't hear you, Lisa.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. But I don't know, Brian, do you
Yeah, Lisa and I
fill
spoke
in?
about this, and we had prepared for the meeting, so I can review some of the things that we spoke about, which is that we are moving through the process. If you recall, these are DSA pre-check designs, DSA over-the-counter designs, and I believe we have a DSA submittal date planned for January, February timeframe. Lisa, you can just nod if that's all right. Yes, we have interconnection agreements already approved from the utility. And so that means that the utility has already said that, you know, we can install these things and you're blessed to install these things. And then we are targeting summer construction. Lisa, if you could just nod, if that's indeed true. So I believe we're planning to start construction in the May, June timeframe. And the construction process for these projects is heavy construction takes, about, I would say about 6 to 8 weeks here. So we're going to hit, these projects will be actually a lot quicker, probably 4 to 6 weeks during the summer when we can get all the heavy construction and try and get mechanically complete before the end of summer. And then you're gonna have a couple of closeout items into the fall. And if everything goes well, we should, by this time next year or earlier, have completed projects. So the long pole in the tent is these days our bankrupt utility, and that pole has been, that issue has been solved. So Marie, forgive me for not knowing a little bit more about the schedule and the technical difficulties, but if there's anything that you wanted to add to that, given your proximity to the project, I'm happy to support, or I'm allowed, go for it.
Yeah, I think you covered the main points. You know, we have been meeting every other week, so I'm familiar with the progress. And as Mr. Taylor said, the construction should begin around, we're hoping April, May, and then be completed by August of next year.
You know, we've been talking about solar for at least going back probably more than 10 years. I remember Ms. Schaefer at the time was a board member, and it was one of her big things. And the fact that at this time next year we're gonna, you know, it's gonna look like we're basically done and getting everything together is so exciting, and it's really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, if this is successful, then we are thinking about the next phase and add more to our other schools.
All right, thank you for that. Any additional questions? I think we've kind of quite a bit of discussion on here. If there are no additional burning questions, I'm going to ask Ms. Gutierrez to repeat the motion, please.
Staff recommends, sorry, let me extend my screen. Couldn't see the entire motion, my apologies. Okay. Staff recommends the board approve the amended and restated energy services agreement, energy storage, and from Forefront Power to upgrade the battery at Newark Memorial High School from a 2-hour to a 4-hour to increase savings and energy storage capacity. Motion made by Member Zhang and second by Member Salami. Just waiting for 2 additional votes, which in the meantime, that I'll make the roll call. They could come in.
Okay. Well, sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, I apologize.
I do need to ask student member Salemi for his vote first.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So right. roll call vote would be from Member Rodriguez. If I'm reading your lips, you said yes. Yes. Thank you. Member Zhang.
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
President Martinez?
Yes.
Motion
carries. The motion carries.
Thank you. Oh. Thank you.
Exciting.
Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Thank you, Ms. De La Cruz and Ms. Payne for the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Thank you, Ms. Payne.
Thank you both.
Okay, so with that, we move to item 12.2, which is the grants for electric buses and charging station. We'll go ahead and ask for a motion and a second on the staff recommendation to approve the, Am I looking at the right? Sorry, on the commitment to purchase the 2 electric buses. May I have a
So
motion
move.
and a second?
So move.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez?
I'll second.
Member Nguyen seconds. Ms. Gutierrez, do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comment, and there's actually no public comment for the rest of the items on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, so Superintendent, will this be you?
Thank you, President Martinez. Yes, so as I said before, another really exciting opportunity to for us to become more ecological. This is around shifting to have our buses be electric. It won't currently be a full, complete transition, but that's what we're working towards. And I'd also just add that a really amazing opportunity to take advantage of some very large grants that are being provided by different entities to support the transition from diesel or gas buses into electric buses. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Dela Cruz to explain and answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. Ms. Gutierrez, is Ms. Yvonne here?
Yes, she's on the screen now.
Great, thank you. Yes, so this is under old business because back in September of 2019, there was a presentation by our consultant with an opportunity for these grants that are worth in the amount of $808,000. So I wanted to give Ms. Tom the opportunity to explain where we're at in terms of the application. The board had given the go-ahead to apply for these grants, and Ms. Tom will give you an update on where we're at.
Hello, board, Dr. Trippett, and the staff at Newark Unified School District, who have always been very wonderful working with us. I have a PowerPoint. Can that be accessed? Can you hear me?
Yes, one minute. Thank you, Ms. Tom. We're giving you access.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so why don't we go to the second slide? Great. You have 4 buses that are working at Newark Unified School District. 2 are compressed natural gas buses, and the tanks were going to expire last year, and you paid $431 for a $40,000 grant to have 2 buses refitted, and those expiration dates will last for 15 years. Oh, can you go back to the other one? Sorry. Thank you. The ones that I would like your approval on are the 2 electric buses to replace 1 diesel and 1 CNG bus. The diesel bus was out of filter compliance, and it cost almost $20,000 to replace it. If you did not do the filter change out, you would not be eligible for the grants. So that work has been done. And it's sort of like going down and taking your car for a smog check. Lion Electric, who is the bus manufacturer who I will be buying the buses from on your behalf, reduced their cost by $17,845 to try and cover some of the costs of the filter. Next slide, please. Okay, so what we're looking at, because I wanted to put all 4 buses here, is you will have one 125-mile range bus, and that will get you to Sacramento. And then you could supercharge in Sacramento and you can come back, because that was the distance that your MOT people wanted. You will get $271,000, $271,000, and you would have to pay $156,000 for that bus. Then you will have a second bus, which will replace your CNG bus for 100 miles, and the grant will cover 272,000 and leaves you $128,000. I recommend GPS and cameras, and the cameras are really for everyone's safety in this day of litigiousness, and GPS will just help your drivers get around better. There is no grant for that. If you choose not to have that, I could always delete that from the cost, okay? Then there's a charging station, which is complicated, but it is estimated at 265,000. And there are 2 grants, well, there are actually 3 grants to cover that. One will be Bay Area Air Quality District will pay for some of it. And they are supposed to pay 100% of the charging costs under their agreement. And I've been fighting with them since January on that. But in the meantime, PG&E has another grant that will, between the 2 grants, Bay Area Air Quality and PG&E, will cover for sure 100% of your grants. But in that, you have to agree to have 3 additional electric vehicles in the future. You have 5 years from the date of that grant to select those electric vehicles. So for example, Susan, your director, and I have been looking at your vehicle portfolio, and you have 2 refrigerated diesel trucks, and you have dump trucks and other construction vehicles, or whatever else may come along. And we can pick and choose depending on which grants will give you the best amount of bang for your dollar, and which trucks are old and need to be repaired or replaced. Your 4 buses are between 14 and 18 years old. So they're quite old. And as they get older and older, there's going to be more maintenance costs for you. And so that's another consideration, because I want to make sure that not only to reduce your operating costs by having newer buses in your fleet. Your share of the total cost of this is 30%, 31%. So basically, you're getting these buses for 30 cents on the dollar, okay? And the rest is being paid for by the grants from 2 or 3, well, actually 3 grants that is providing this money. The other thing that I want to comment on, and this is, and I'll probably get down to it later, but I might as well cover it now, is one of the board members asked if we got a regular fuel bus instead of an electric bus, what is the cost differential? And basically, without the grants, an electric bus is $400,000, and a regular gas, which would be diesel, also is about $200,000. And with the grants, they cover the difference between an electric bus versus a regular diesel bus. And as you well know, California is trying to get rid of diesel bus. It is the most polluting of all our fuels, and really is bad for our children and our communities because of the particulate factor. Next, please. So I updated the board, as Marie mentioned, in September of 2019. And at that time, I had estimated the cost to the district at $373,280. This updated board request is for $356,304. And I must complete the purchase and acquisition of these buses by December 31st, this month, or we will lose the $400,000 of HVIP grants. Next, please. So for the charging station, I would reapply to Bay Area Air Quality for a larger infrastructure grant. And then with your permission, once you say yes, I can take the Bay Area Air Quality grant to PG&E. I must have the Bay Area air quality grant approved before I can take it to PG&E. And then that would definitely cover 100% of the infrastructure costs for 5 stations. And again, it's a commitment to get 3 additional electric vehicles in the future. And whatever you want, I mean, they could be smaller vehicles. There is a real push and there's a lot of money out there now to get us electrified. Next. So let's see. I also, in general, would like to have permission from you to apply for other grants that may come up. For example, I tried to get a $65,000 grant per bus from the EPA, which would have then cut our cost by 130, but it interfered with the timing of the HVIP grant. So I never know what comes up, but I'm always out there hunting for you because I view my job is to find money for you to help you reduce your costs. The other thing I did want to mention is that we finished the interior lighting project at Schilling, where we had a $100,000 grant from Wells Fargo, and they would like to do a press release on this. And I also used one of your students from your high school students as a high school intern. And I thought it was a really great story. It happened all during the summer while we were all locked down. But we keep moving along to try and improve your infrastructure. So I wanted to answer the questions that the board had asked us. Okay. One of them is, how much does it cost to purchase fossil fuel buses? As I mentioned, it's $403,000 versus 156. I'm sorry. Basically, an electric bus is $400,000. A fossil fuel bus is $200,000. By HVIP paying you $200,000, that makes them equivalent. And by paying 100% of the infrastructure costs, it makes it still equivalent. Okay, does that make sense?
Ms. Tom?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, just give us a summary, because I think what we would like to do is just kind of go over the main point of the grants and what the additional cost is. So basically, in summary, what we got approval for at the last board meeting in September was for Ms. Tom to apply for these grants. So we got approved for the grants, and there's a commitment from the district of about $356,000. And in order for us to get these grants, that would be our match. And that match, what we're recommending is it come from our special reserve for capital outlay. But this is a really great opportunity. We're talking about 1.2 million, and our match being 356,000. So if there are any other comments or questions, I think this is the time that we can address them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Gutierrez, hang on one second. Not Ms. Gutierrez, but Ms. De La Cruz. So just again, I think thank you for clearing that up, because I think for there was a lot of information. So just for folks who were listening, I think just that background is really important. Is if you look at the background, you know, we did give that permission. So it really, this is really now you coming back and saying, yep, we did get the grants. We did talk about the cost, and so maybe there's some questions specifically about the actual units if we're going to go ahead and moving forward. Okay.
So what we're looking at are 2 electric buses, and then the infrastructure, which is the charging station with 5 chargers.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you for kind of just summarizing that. Member Zhang.
Yeah, so before Mina, I asked the question about the charging option. Yeah, I understand we'll have a charging station here. And we also mentioned, I look at the data in the past 2-3 years, we had trips in Sacramento, and you also, Mrs. Tong, you also mentioned Sacramento, even though it's 100 miles, but we can supercharge in Sacramento. So I guess in Sacramento, there's similar charging infrastructure in Sacramento. But the thing is that we've also made some trips to Santa Cruz or some other places that's over 100 miles. That what will happen that if there's no charging station, will we be limited by the availability of the charging station?
There are actually many charging stations that are showing up throughout the state. And part of the reason PG&E is trying to pay for these charging stations is so that other schools can use other schools when they're not being used. So we will have a whole network of charging stations.
Oh, I see. So in this case, we can supercharge our buses in another school's property.
Right, or other places.
I see. And another point I do want to make is we are obligated to buy 3 additional electric vehicles after this agreement. That's correct.
That is correct. And we have already identified at least 3 vehicles that we would change out.
Yes. So any estimate about what will be the additional cost? Considering the hospital having grants that we need to pay for 3 additional vehicles.
I have no idea at this point. I do know that the money is really good now because the VW diesel grant money is out there now. That was from when the cheating of VW. And there's a lot of money because in the beginning, you get more money and you get less money later on. So now is the time to strike. But I would always come back to you to tell the board what it would be.
Thank you, Member Zhang. Any other questions?
I have one.
Yes, Member Nguyen.
Is this an allowable expense for a capital outlay project?
Yes, Ms. Nguyen, the special reserve is for any capital over $5,000.
But how
Any
do
capital
we
purchase.
How do we qualify to be able to purchase the electrical buses with capital outlay money? Is it because of the charging stations that you are putting into the facility?
No, the capital outlay is defined as equipment or facility.
Oh, equipment.
So any equipment over $5,000 or any facilities projects over $5,000.
Okay, great.
Yeah, the buses themselves are considered
equipment. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just I think a little bit similar to Member Zhang, meaning that we know the current range is to Sacramento, but we know we've got, and these are onesie twosies a year, right? The trip to Disneyland, for example. Let's say we wanted to, we're going to stop and charge. What's the charge time, if you will, like the supercharge time? Do we have an estimate for that?
It's 2 hours.
Okay. So likely, and Ms. De La Cruz, this might be a question to you, when MOT was looking at the use of these buses, was the thought that, and I think I remember it from the first presentation, that we would use we continue to use charter buses for any long distance trips. Was that the thought?
It would depend.
Mm-hmm.
We try to use our own buses whenever possible. So I don't know that we could totally avoid using charters, but yeah, I guess it would depend.
I vaguely remember it coming up. I just don't remember the particulars of it back. It's been like a year, right? So,
right.
Okay.
I can, if you don't mind, I can envision, driving and stopping at Cap Poly and having the kids kind of do a tour of the college there while the bus is being charged and on the way down to Disneyland. My concern is with the commitment for the 3 additional, so if we approve this, then my hope is that I love Miss Tom. She just is one of those people that is good at getting grants and everything, which we need so many, a whole bunch of more people like you. But the fact that you could put it together and on the 3 additional and get that going, so we can get some grant money for that, and I'm sure that's your intent, and that'd be great.
The other thing that I'm considering is, since you have solar at your sites, if we can put solar with the PG&E grant for the infrastructure, that it would really reduce the cost of charging your vehicles at nighttime.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Well, just a quick comment on Member Rodriguez. We wouldn't be able to make a trip from Newark to Cal Poly on that electric bus, so it will probably be charter bus.
We'll have multiple stops in between. Or at least a stop. Okay, very good. Ms. Gutierrez, if you can please repeat the motion before us, please.
Motion states that staff recommends the board commit to purchasing 2 electric buses and a charging station infrastructure for a district match of $356,304 through the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, California Air Resources Board, and PG&E grants. Staff also recommends approval for the future electric vehicles and infrastructure grants application. Motion made by Member Rodriguez and second by Member Nguyen.
Okay, thank you. If you can please bring up the vote. And student member Salemi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call vote. Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Jean?
Yes.
President Martinez?
Yes. So the motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Ms. Tom and Ms. De La Cruz for bringing this forward. Again, it's been a long time coming, and we didn't really talk about this besides, of course, the grant and the value of the grant. But we in that initial conversation, we talked a lot about compliance and starting to. I think that's why, to Ms. Tom's point, now that the money is available, we know it's a matter of time that we need to go in this direction to be compliant. So thank you again for that and trying to get us a little bit of a head start.
Thank you for your time and your support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tom.
Thank you, Ms. Tom.
Okay, let's see. And with that, we move to new business. How are we doing on time here? It's 9:15. We'll keep going and we'll see where if we need to extend. So the next item is 13.1 LCFF budget overview for parents. Recommended action is for the board to adopt the 2021 local control funding formula budget overview for parents. May I have a motion and a second, please?
I move to approve.
I second.
Member Nguyen moves, Member Rodriguez seconds. Okay, and I know we don't have public comment on any remaining items, so Superintendent.
Thank you, President Martinez. So our Director of Special Projects, Ms. Cervantes Falk, is here to answer any questions. I will say that this year's LCFF, or rather and LCAP, is slightly different because of the pandemic and the additional funds through CARES and the LCP, which is a slightly different acronym. But nonetheless, through LCFF, we did need to engage families in the use of those funds and an update on how those funds are being utilized, and then also reporting that to the board. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Cervantes Falk to explain more.
Good evening, and thank you, Dr. Triplett, and board president, as well as board members. Ms. De La Cruz and I will be tag teaming with this presentation. So the purpose really is to come forward and provide you with the 2021 LCAP budget overview, and also provide you with an update on where we stand with respect to future years with the LCAP. Also, it's important to note, as I'll explain in a little bit, that per statute, we are required to approve this report along with our first interim. So, which I see in the agenda that our first interim report is following this presentation. So what we're seeing here is actually a copy of the presentation that we shared with our LCAP Parent Advisory Committee on November 17th, and we thought we would just use the same presentation. So what we're going to quickly cover is go over a quick review of the suspension of the 2021 LCAP and the implications, how that brought about the LCAP budget overview report, and then I'll just give you a quick recap of what's expected of us for the coming years. So very quickly, just as an overview, as we finished up the year last year, spring of 2020, we ended the year where LCAP was not suspended, but it was the deadline was moved to December 15th. So we ended the year with providing the board with just what we call the operationals plan, saying what we were doing to support our students during the school closure in the spring. And they said, wait on LCAP, and the new deadline is December 15th. Yet over the summer, we had Senate Bill SB 98, and then that bill, when it came about, suspended the LCAP entirely and said there was no LCAP for 2021, but yet they said it was being replaced with the new LCAP, which was the Learning Continuity Plan, and that's what we presented to you in September. So again, we're following the new regulations. The other thing that the Senate bill also did is it separated the budget overview from the actual LCAP process, the former LCAP process. Before, even though they're two separate items, before we brought them to you together at the end of the year, usually approved by you before June 30th, along with our budget, and then that was submitted to the county office. Well, now they were saying because we suspended the LCAP, now we were left with no means of holding the LEAs accountable or giving the LEAs an opportunity to share with its stakeholders the funding piece, because that had been part of the LCAP. So for those reasons, they separated those two. And then they said that while they were suspending the LCAP completely for 2021, they were still asking us to continue with the budget overview report, and that deadline was extended to December 15th, which is why we're here today. So very quickly on the budget overview, this isn't something new. However, 2019-2020 was the first year that we were asked to submit it. So if you were to look at our LCAP from last year, you would have seen these 3 pages, which is the budget overview for parents. And they were the first 3 pages found of the LCAP. So it was required of us to have this document also created or completed. It was actually a spreadsheet that then developed into a report, and we were asked to put it in front of the LCAP as our cover sheet.
Mr. Vázquez, sorry to interrupt, but did you want to have the slides visible?
I'm so sorry. Am I not presenting?
Right. Yeah, we can't see the slides.
I'm so sorry. Okay. Hello.
I didn't realize it because I have it on my screen, so I didn't.
No, it's not funny. It's been a long day. I apologize.
No problem.
I'm so sorry. So I just talked to you.
You can start right where you left off. You don't need to. It's fine. You don't need to.
Perfect. Sorry, my apologies.
No problem.
So as I was sharing, like I said, so this 2019-2020 was the first year that they had actually asked us to report the budget in this manner. And so if you were to look at our LCAP from 2019-2020, you would have seen these this report right at the start of the LCAP, because that's what statute, excuse me, asked of us that we use that report and we have it as the cover of our 1920 LCAP. So we're the first 3 pages. In this report, what you see is you're going to see the projected general funds for 2021. You're going to see the budgeted expenditures for our unduplicated students. And then they do ask at the last section for an expenditure for unduplicated for the 1920. So the first 2 sections are really related to this year. And then the last section is about our actual expenditures from the LCFFs in 2019-20. And as Marie's gonna go over this in a few minutes, you're gonna see what all the state is asking us to report for 2021. So with that, I'm gonna pass it over to Marie, who can then explain what the different sections are.
Okay, so I'm going to go over a summary of our general fund revenues for 2021. Again, this was the same presentation that we shared with our parents a few weeks ago. So total revenues for the district is 69.2 million. And of that amount, the total local control funding formula is 53.6 million. And then within the local control funding formula, we have funds that are generated by high needs students, such as our English learners, foster youth, and low income students. And there's 5.1 million in revenues for that. We also have other LCFF funds of 48 million. Our other state funding, such as lottery, is about 5 million. And then local funds, which includes local grants and other funds, it's about 4 million. And federal funds is 6.5. And that does include our CARES Act funding of about 4.2 million. Next, Okay, so on the expenditure side for this year, we have a total of 71,808,000 in total expenditures. And of that, there's the 4.2 million that's in our LCAP, which is the same amount that we received in our federal CARES Act money. And the amount that we have budgeted for the high needs students in the LCAP is 1.9 million. So total expenditures that are not in the LCAP is about 67.5 million. And the expenses that are in that amount include employee salaries and benefits, our contribution to the special education program. We have routine and restricted maintenance, technology support, instructional materials and supplies, professional development, our utilities, our gas, water, and sewage is part of that, custodial services, textbooks, property and liability insurance, and staff development. So next. So in 1920, our LCAP expenditures for unduplicated students was budgeted at 5.6 million. That was the original budget. And what was actually expended for the high needs students in our LCAP was about 4.8 million. So the difference represents, part of it was because, if you recall, we did not receive concentration funds. So initially we had projected that we would receive about $370,000 in concentration funds, and that was reduced. The other thing is, because of the pandemic, there were a lot of programs that we couldn't implement, or that got canceled midterm, such as our science camps. We had to cancel those trips. Some of the community partnerships, those agreements that, for example, the Aloni for Kids, they were canceled midterm or interrupted because of COVID-19.
So So this just shows then the summary of the 3 charts that we were working with per the directions, and then attached, you also saw the actual report that is print out and that we share with our community. So in terms of what's next, the state is still moving forward with going back to our LCAP, our local control and accountability plan, and they're still moving forward with starting the new 3-year cycle. So as we start working and planning for that, we will be looking at a 3-year cycle starting the 21-22 school year, and then going on to the 23 school year. The one couple of changes that they've made or that they're looking into is that they will be asking for an annual update, and so they're modifying that template. And as far as I know, the last time what was mentioned to us is that they were going to be asking for us to provide information on how we spent the 1920 LCFF funds, as well as how we are spending or foreseeing to spend the 2021 LCP, funds that we got for relief of COVID-19 and school closure. Our next steps would be that at present, we're providing you with the 2021 budget overview. Internally, we're going to begin working on the annual update, so starting to gather all of the information that we need. Then we're going to establish, our LCAP Parent Advisory Committee, which, my recommendation, and I can bring this back to the board with actual names, but my recommendation would be that we keep the same committee that we had last year, as things got interrupted and several of the committee members were actually new to the committee. So we just kind of believe that if we keep them for at least 1 more year, and starting the 3-year cycle would be beneficial for all. But again, more to discuss that with Dr. Triplett. And then once that's determined, then we are going to go ahead and get started in planning for the 3-year plan, and set dates for the 2021 spring. So that's our internal next steps, for that. And so with that, we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cervantes Folk and Ms. Dela Cruz. Any questions from our board?
I mean, just a quick comment. I remember several months ago when we're looking at this current New Year funding, we talk about 55%. We're a little below 55% when it comes to concentration grant. And I remember the goal was lifted to 58%. And at that time, we think it's a pretty rosy projection. And I guess this is not materializing this year. And do we think this probably will never materialize? Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that. I'm still hopeful and optimistic that we can reach our percentage. It's just that because of the current situation, obviously providing free meals and I guess the motivation or incentive to fill out those meal applications right now is not as is not as important to some families, but we still have some opportunity to get back to above that 55%.
If I could just add, we do have, as Ms. Dela Cruz is alluding to, some opportunities, some slight changes in the regulations that will enable us to do some additional outreach to families. But it is going to take all of us, and we really want to ask the board for support and all our communities for support, because if we're going to be able to get to that percentage, it has to be a full community effort. We need as many people as possible to be filling out that form, and we just can't count on just having people come forward and do it. We really need to be reminding people, doing outreach, talking it up any place we can, because it's so critical to our funding.
Yes.
So more to come on that in the upcoming board meetings.
Thank you, Superintendent. And I actually had a question coming into the first interim, just because, again, where we are and how close we keep missing that number. Because I think the question really is, right, it's the, what do we really believe our true, our true rate of need of unduplicated is, right? It's to your point, Superintendent, if we keep hitting it, we're at 54, 50 something, do we believe it's 60? Do we believe there's opportunity? Then it's on all of us to close the gap, right? Because I think that is the key. And I think all of us did think 58 was aggressive based on where we were. But if we believe that's what's out there, then we do need to hold our own feet to the fire to go figure out how to go reach those folks, because we know we have, our kids that really do need these support systems. So, okay, that was more a comment than a question. So,
yeah, no, I just want to say that historically, I think we've been as high as above 58%, almost 60%. And so I do believe there is an opportunity. And, I just want the community to understand how important this is to our funding. We've received, back in 13, 14, it was over $1 million. Mm-hmm. And so, there's an opportunity for the district to receive additional funding for our high need students.
Thank you.
And if I could just add one more thing is, unfortunately, with the pandemic, we all know that the financial situation of many of our families has gotten worse, and that's a terrible thing. And all the more reason why we possibly could get more forms filled out so that we have more funding to support those families who may have lost income, may have a significant reduction in income right now, and need that support.
Thank you. Very good. Okay, Ms. De La Cruz, I'm sorry, Ms. Gutierrez, can you please repeat the motion?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Okay. So recommendation is that staff recommends that the board adopt the 2020-2021 local control funding formula, LCFF, budget overview for parents to be submitted with the first interim financial report. Motion made by member Nguyen and second by member Rodriguez.
Thank you. Students, member Salemi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
That was a yes.
I see the nod of the head. Yes. Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
And President Martinez?
Yes. So the motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, Ms. Cervantes Falk, and the entire team.
Thank you both for all of the work on this.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Okay, got a thick book accompanying the next item. Okay, so it is 9:37. When we're about to hit the like I said, the first interim report that tends to have quite a bit of questions accompanying. Miss Superintendent or Ms. De La Cruz, what are we thinking? Maybe if we extend an hour?
I would hope that would be sufficient.
Okay.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay. All right. So may I have a motion and a second to extend the meeting by an hour, please? I'll just do a roll call.
I move to approve.
Second.
Member Nguyen moves, Member Rodriguez seconds, and we'll just do a roll. Student Member Salemi?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez,
Yes.
Member Zhang,
Yes.
and my vote is yes. So we extend the meeting to 10:30 by an hour, or I'm sorry, by an hour. So not about 10:40, 10:38 to be
I
exact.
thought we're extending to 11 because we're extending from 10 to 11. That's
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's do it to 11. I was doing it from this minute, but assuming we would only need one more hour, but let's do 11 to play it safe. Okay, very good. Thank you for that clarification, Member Zhang. Okay, so with regards to the first interim report, may I have a motion and a second to approve staff recommendation?
I move to approve a positive qualification and positive certification of our first interim report.
Thank you.
Second.
Member Zhang moves, Member Nguyen seconds. Okay, with that, Superintendent.
Thank you. So, thank you, President. We will. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Dela Cruz in a moment. As you know, board and community, every year there's interim reports throughout the year, and just want to iterate that these are moments in time. So this really helps us to understand where we are and little spot checks almost around our budget, so that we can ensure that we are being fiscally responsible. So Ms. Dela Cruz will take us through what is always a tremendous amount of work to be doing these reports and in this level of detail.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Pick the right one. Do you see it?
Yes.
Yep, we can see it.
Right screen? Okay. All right, so thank you, Dr. Triplett and President Martinez and the board. So as Dr. Triplett mentioned, this is a snapshot in time. It's our first interim report for the year. The last time we talked about our budget was the 45-day budget revision, and then before that, it was the adopted budget. So this report covers the period from July 1st through October 31st. And it needs to be submitted to the Alameda County Office of Education by December 15. It does include a multi-year projection for the current year and the 2 subsequent years. So it's 2021 through 22-23. And it provides the board an update of where we're at financially since the 45-day budget revision and the adopted budget. As part of this report, we have to certify whether we are positive, qualified, or negative. And just for review, positive certification means that our district will be able to meet our financial obligations in the current year and the 2 subsequent years. And to be qualified means that our district may not be able to make our financial obligations in the current or in any of the 2 subsequent years. And to certify negative means that the district will not be able to make its financial obligations for the remainder of the current year or the subsequent years. So first, enrollment in ADA. It's really important that we understand how critical enrollment in ADA is to our funding. It's directly tied to our funding. The local control funding formula is funded based on ADA, which is the average daily attendance. And that is calculated by the number of days that students are in on a daily basis. So we always emphasize how important it is for students to be in school. And that's one of the reasons. I mean, other than, you know, if you're not in school, you're not learning, but we also receive funding for every day that the students are in school. We don't receive funding when they're absent unless, anyway, so our historical ratio to enrollment has always been about 97%. So 97% of the time, I guess our students are in school. And our enrollment has been declining for over 10 years. So if you think about ADA, since 1314, we had 6,137 in average daily attendance. And we are down to 5,483. That's 655 less ADA, which at 10,000 per ADA on the average, it's about $6.5 million. So if we were able to increase our ADA even by 1%, that's 55 additional ADA, which is equivalent to 550,000. And obviously, if we had perfect attendance, we would get even more funding. So you can see the difference between the enrollment and ADA. It's about 200 students, 200. So there's plenty of opportunity there to increase our funding. And as of CBED's day, our enrollment was 5,465, which is 166 less than last year. So unfortunately, we're continuing the trend of declining enrollment. And in our revenues, the local control funding formula represents 77% of our funding. And this year it's at 53.6 million. Our federal revenue is 10%, and that $6.5 million does include the 4.2 million from the CARES Act funding. So next year that federal revenue will not be as high. And other state is at 5 million and other local revenue is at 4 million. So total revenues for our district is at 69.2 million. Just going back to revenue, just keep in mind that this includes contributions to our restricted programs. So there's about $9 million that's contributed from our general fund unrestricted funds going into the restricted programs to support our special education and our routine restricted maintenance account. So in our expenditures, there's a total of 71.8 million. And 76% of this is in salaries and benefits. And the other big piece of the pie is under services and operating expenses, which is about 17%. And that includes our utilities costs, our contracted services, and other operating expenses. So what were some of the changes since our 45-day revise? We had a decrease in our local control funding formula because we updated it to not include concentration funds, and also we had to update our ADA and enrollment. And there was a slight increase in our local revenue, and we increased our contributions to restricted programs in special education and the routine restricted maintenance account. The RRMA, the routine restricted maintenance account, is based on 3% of our total expenditures. So there was an increase of $232,000 for both of those contributions. So our total change in revenues is minus 216,000. And then when we're looking at our expenditures, we did have a slight increase in our salaries and benefits. And we did have some contracted services that were converted into regular employee positions. And also we had some carryover expenses from last year that was moved into the budget, and some legal expenses of 297,000. And again, the increase in the contributions is both on the revenue and the expenditure side. So a total change in expenditures of 791,000. So when you put all that together compared to where we were at the 45-day revise, at the 45-day budget, we were projecting a surplus of $753,000. But with the changes that we've made since that time, we're now looking at a decrease in our fund balance of $253,000. So that decrease brings our reserve, which started out at $6,169,000, will end in $5,915,000, which still represents 8% reserve for economic uncertainties. And this is a summary of the revenues and expenditures and our fund balance in both the unrestricted and restricted funds. So this just breaks it down to where you can see the unrestricted and restricted. The total revenues are at 69 million, and then you can see the contributions that go from the unrestricted to the restricted accounts of 9 million. And the surplus on the, the deficit on the unrestricted side is the 253,000. The restricted shows a deficit of a 2.3, but it's really not a true deficit. It really represents the fund balance that was carried over from last year. So what happens is the money that we don't spend last year falls into our fund balance, and then we have to move it back to the budget so that we can spend it. And that's what we've done. And that was one of the recommendations from FICMAT, that we do it earlier rather than later. So we've updated our first interim report so that we can budget last year's carryover into this year's funds. So again, our fund balance started out as 8.6 million in total. That includes the restricted funding as well. And then with a total deficit of 2.5 million, we have 6 million in our net ending fund balance. And when you're looking at what that 6 million is made up of, the components of the ending fund balance, 126,000 of that is from restricted funds. And then we do have a non-spendable component, which is our revolving cash and stores inventory. It's about 100,000, which leaves us a reserve for economic uncertainties of 5.8 million. So moving on to our multi-year projections, there's a lot of assumptions that go into our multi-year. And first of all, in terms of the revenues, the cost of living adjustment is projected at 0% for this year and the next 2 years. And if you recall, before the pandemic, the COLA was actually projected at 3% and 2.8%. in 21-22 and 22-23. Our STRS rates and PERS rates continue to go up, although we do have a slight decrease next year for the STRS rate. The lottery pretty much stays the same. And the step-in column, that's the salary schedule adjustments for our employees. And for certificated, it's at 1.64%. And for classified CSEA, it's at 0.89. And then our management group is at 1.68%. We do have health and welfare benefits for our classified employees, and that's projected to increase about 2% a year. And then we also have a salary increase that was settled with our labor partners, which included a 1% increase this year. And then it's a 2.5% increase for 21-22. However, because the way that we split it to where the 2.5% will be given 1% in July of 2021, and then 1.5% in February of 2022. That's equivalent to 1.75% for that year. So the other 0.75 actually needs to be applied for the following year. So I hope you're following me. And again, when we had settled this agreement, our cost of living adjustment was higher than what we had settled. And unfortunately, because of the pandemic now, we do have an increase that is above COLA, which is now at 0. So that's just an added burden on our expenditures. We have a one-time CARES Act funds of 4.2 million. That's one time. So it's only showing up in this year's budget. It's not going to show up in the next 2 years. And then the ADA, this is another critical piece. So the state has given us this hold harmless provision to where we can apply the ADA from last year to this year and also next year. So if you're looking at our actual ADA for 2021, right now it's 5,482 because it's based on last year's. But for next year, because we're projecting enrollment to stay flat, which is the 5,465, 97% of that, which has been our historical trend for ADA, it's about 97% of enrollment. That's what that 5,318 represents. So as you can see, the funded ADA is higher than what our actual ADA would be. So that's where that hold harmless provision is really helping us because we're getting funded for 5,482 ADA next year instead of the 5,318. But in the following year, that's when the change will really hit our district because now we're looking at 164 less ADA in 22-23. And we've also included the estimated savings from school consolidation. So with this consolidation for this coming year, the 21-22, it's estimated at 500,000. And then the following year with the other school, music being consolidated, then the estimated savings would be 1 million. So it's really important that we understand all of those assumptions because those assumptions is what we what I put into our multi-year. So if you look at our revenues in our multi-year, and this is focusing on our unrestricted funds because the unrestricted is what really counts as our reserve. And our revenues will pretty much remain the same between this year and next year because of the hold harmless. So you can see it's about 45.7 million. But the following year is when it drops dramatically. It's about 1.5 million less, going down to 44.2 million. And again, that's because our funded ADA is projected at 5,318 and not the hold harmless at 5,482. And again, keep in mind, this is almost a best case scenario because of 5,465 enrollment remaining flat because we're not really sure of the true impact of the pandemic, whether we'll be able to go back up to normal or go down even further, not sure. So at this point, I'm just assuming it's going to stay the same. And our expenditures, on the other hand, those will continue to go up because we still have to deal with our rising cost of the employer's contribution to the retirement programs, the salary agreements, the step and column, and health and welfare benefits. So our expenditures continue to go up. Our revenues are flat and will actually go down. So you have your 1.5 million less in revenues, plus you have your 1.5 million increase in expenditures in the next 2 years. It's going to result in a deficit of about 3.2 million by 22-23. So in 2021, what that does to our fund balance is, you're starting out with the 6.2 million. That this year, we're looking at $253,000 deficit. So we're ending with a fund balance of 5.9. So that you carry that over to the next year, that's your beginning balance, but then you have to reduce it by that surplus of 742. And now our ending balance is at 5.1 million, almost 5.2. So that's your beginning balance for the next year. But then you're looking at your deficit of the 3.2 million. So now we're down to 1.9 million. So between this year and the next 2 years, we're looking at a $4 million reduction in our fund balance. So in terms of our reserves in the general fund, we're looking at an 8% reserve in 2021. And with Fund 17, we do have special reserves for emergency purposes there also. We have 2.3 million there, which is 3.2% of our total expenditures. So our total reserves available for this year is 8.1 million. So that gives us 11% of our total expenditures this year. So when you're looking at what the minimum is, it's based on 3%. Or 2.1 million, we do meet it this year. And then next year, same thing. So our reserves for general fund is at 7.7%. And then our special reserves is at 3.6. We've added interest. That's why it grows a little bit every year. So we earn about $40,000 in interest in our special reserves every year. So now we're looking at 11%. It's about the same because the expenditures will go down next year because of the federal money that we won't receive. So the 3% minimum required there is 1.9 million, almost 2 million again. So we will be able to meet it next year as well. And the following year, I just want to make note of our general fund reserves will be down to 2.7%. Just under 3%. So in 22-23, the special reserves is what's really getting us over the 3% minimum required. Because in 22-23, now we're looking at a 6% reserve for economic uncertainties. And we do meet our minimum that year as well. We have other funds such as adult education, our child development, our cafeteria fund, the special reserve for emergency purposes, the building fund, which is where we collect developer fees, the capital facilities fund, and I'm sorry, I had it backwards. Building fund is our Measure G, and capital facilities is the developer fees. And then the special reserve for capital outlay, also known as the Russian fund, the bond interest, and the self-insurance fund. So if you're looking at the total of all those funds, we have about an ending fund balance of 50 million. What we're looking at in the future, in the near future, is the governor's state budget will be coming out in January, on or around January 10th, 2021. And that's when the governor presents his proposals for next year. We have our second interim report, which ends January 31st. It's just around the corner. And that report will be presented in March. But before that, we are planning to do a study session with the board in January 2021, so that we can address the deficits and identify some budget balancing solutions for 21-22 and 22-23. We also are working on the plan to increase our reserves to 17%. And we also need to address the interfund transfers from the Fund 17 reserves to the general fund. That needs to be resolved by second interim. We either need to declare it as a permanent transfer and or transfer funds back to Fund 17. So all in all, just to summarize, our current year, we are estimating a deficit of 253,000. Our multi-year projection is projecting deficits of 742 in 21-22, and then 3.2 million in 22-23. We will schedule a study session so we can address these deficits. And then we will be able to meet our 3% minimum, and we recommend a positive certification. With that, I'm open to questions, comments, any discussion.
Sure. Board members, any questions from you?
So if we vote positive certification today, there will be no third interim report anymore, right? Come May or June, right?
Ms. De La Cruz, can you answer that?
I think if we have two qualifieds, then it requires Ms. De La Cruz, or just one, or one of them is qualified.
I think Ms. De La Cruz's mic is muted.
I think she's taking it. Yeah.
Hello? Okay.
There.
You're back on.
Okay.
Did you hear members?
I did not, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, we're planning to vote on positive today, so that just eliminated the need for third interim report come May, right?
It will depend on second interim.
Okay.
So if second interim is qualified, then we may have to do a third interim.
I see it.
Okay, thank you, Member Jean. Any other questions? Board? No, I mean, first of all, you know, Ms. De La Cruz, you know, this was, I'd mentioned to Superintendent Triplett, I mean, the news isn't great, what we have before us, but with regards to not only this presentation, but if you really read through the first interim, you've done a really nice job at linking everything so we can see where the changes and why your estimates are what they are. You know, I think it's very, very concerning that you know, this whole enrollment component of it, and I wanted to circle back because you showed a couple of pages with regards to the decrease in enrollment, and obviously we've gone through some very difficult weeks where we heard a lot of public comment about the mismanagement of funds, right? And I know that we've referenced that, but I want to say that very clear. This document is out there, right? Both presentations. This is an enrollment issue, right? And yeah, we can say there's some performance issues, but there's a lot of different dynamics with regards to the exodus of just, you know, school age children in our district. And just in the last 10 years, forget 15 to 20 years, that the last 15 years, the last 7 years, right? We have lost millions and millions of dollars in funding. And so obviously that is really what's at stake. And I think it's just really important for all of us to understand that, because it's not a Superintendent Triplett, how are you going to fix it? It's all of us, right? How are we really looking to understand what are those drivers? Because it's not just how are our schools academically doing, but in our community, what is really happening that's impacting the number of school age children that are even here versus 10 years ago. So anyway, I think that you did a really good job with that. I didn't, I think I had already submitted some questions. I think another thing to call out that's really important for the numbers is the COLA, the assumption that it's flat. That's huge. That's huge for us to really be concerned about. So, you know, really looking into the governor's update in early in the year, and hoping that there's some relief there. So I think, just all of us should be aware that these are all the dynamics. And please take the time to reach out and ask questions. And I'm speaking to all of us, to our community, because there are a lot of moving pieces, right? And so please feel free to reach out with questions to staff. Many of you all have access to our email. Feel free to do that, because this isn't, it's not a great condition that we're in. And I think it's important that we all just say that out loud and start thinking about how we're going to manage through it. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, I just have one question. In regards to the CARES money, I know that a lot of it has to be spent, or it has to be spent by the end of this month. And the question for, is what happens to the money if it isn't spent?
So that's a good question. The money that isn't spent goes back to the state. So we've had to report to the state every month since September to let them know where we were in terms of spending the first part of the CARES Act money that needed to be spent by December 30th. And we've been able to spend it all. We've been working really hard to get all those money spent and not have to return it to the state or the feds, because it goes back to the state and then the state has to return it to the feds. And then there's a couple other buckets of money. There's some that's due the end of June 30th, 2021. And then another set that's due September of 2022. So for the December 30th part, we're good. We are not returning any money.
That's good. And I also just wanted to echo what President Martinez has said. I think a lot of it is us as a community. We do have to educate our families on how schools and districts in general are funded. And it is so important that, that we're not the only voice, and that our parents and our students also know how they are, how districts and how their education is being paid for. So I think it's really important for students to also know and to advocate for their right to have an education, and for families and parents to support our students also. And so we as a district have to do a better job of educating our families and students here in regards to how we're funded, so that we can get additional monies if possible.
Yeah, that's I'm gonna kind of piggyback on that, Member Nguyen, because in terms of just understanding not only how we're funded, but then these definitions around structural deficits versus a snapshot picture. I wanted to make reference to that because I know, given the CARES Act monies that you reference as well, it actually makes it look like we're in a better situation that we really are. I mean, it's kind of, this tragedy called COVID kind of really it kind of saved us financially, if you will, right? Or kind of brought on this, maybe the reduction in the COLA. But the point is that is one-time money. And so if you think about the definition of structural is ongoing. Do I have an ongoing source of fund to pay for my ongoing expenses? And so therefore, when we look at this snapshot right now from CARES money, the answer is no, because that money is not coming back, right? So I just wanted to say that out loud again, because I know I've heard from folks out in our community that that this year we're actually not that bad. When that number is etched, I'm actually looking at right now, 22, 23, and the significant drop to our reserves, right? It really is that Fund 17, we'll call, that keeps us at this point. A lot of things can change, and hopefully for the better in the next year and some time. But right now, that's the only thing. It is a grim outlook. And so we really need to start thinking about, how do we start looking at and preparing for some possible challenges in funding. So thank you for that.
If I may, President Martinez, I think it's worthwhile. I know Ms. Dela Cruz embedded it in her presentation, but it's worthwhile repeating because it's easy to miss. And that is that all of the projections that she put forth is assuming that we've made the hard decision that the board just made last session to consolidate or merge schools. So that is built in to the report that's just been presented. If the board had not made that decision, then the outlook would be even worse, significantly worse. So it's worth just repeating because those are really, really hard, painful decisions that have been made, and it would be way, way worse without them.
And so thank you for that. The other thing, maybe it's worth, you may want to mention, Ms. Dela Cruz, is regarding cash deferrals, because that's another challenge. And I know that a few of us had attended some of the CSBA, like the board organization, will bring in the financial advisors, and that was the one thing we kept hearing is cash is going to be a huge issue going into the next year and a half. So can you just maybe quickly review that point again?
Yes, thank you. So as part of the state's budget balancing solution, they are going to implement cash deferrals in February of 2021, March, April, May, and June, which means that the cash that we would normally receive in those months are being deferred to the following year. So fortunately, we do have the cash available to get us through those months. But, by the end of June, we'll have about 1.8 million in cash left. And if we needed to, we could borrow from those other funds that I mentioned to you earlier. And in those other funds, there's about $35 million available, because it's not all of it. It's the, we can't borrow from our Measure G fund, obviously, and some of the other funds, but we do have available, if needed, 35 million to borrow from our other funds. So that is significant, because other school districts unfortunately don't have that luxury, but it will impact us this year.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, if not, I will ask Ms. Gutierrez to please repeat the motion.
Okay. The motion is that staff recommends approval of the 2020-21 first interim report with a positive certification. And the motion was made by Member Zhang and second by Member Nguyen.
Great. Student Member Salemi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
And the roll call vote, Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Zhang?
Yes.
And President Martinez?
My vote is yes as well. So the motion carries unanimously.
Board doc vote?
No board doc vote?
Yeah, I did send it.
I didn't get it either. I just assumed that you were having problems, and that's why you were asking for the.
It's open. Yeah, it's open right now. If you guys want to. Do you guys see it?
No,
No.
I didn't see it for the last vote either.
I saw it for the last one. Let's see.
Okay. So I can manually input them anyway, so they do get recorded on board docs.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Zhang, for that.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we move to the next item, which is the resolution that accompanies this. So if I can have a motion and a second to accept staff recommendation. to adopt resolution 2020.21-014.
I move to approve the resolution.
Thank you.
Second.
Member Nguyen moves, Member Rodriguez seconds. Okay. And Ms. Dela Cruz.
Yeah, so this resolution is a commitment to address the deficits in 21-22 and 22-23. It's tied to our first interim report based on the multi-year projection, in that we're looking at the deficit of 700,000 and 3.2 million in the subsequent year. So this is committing the board and staff to address those two deficits and identify budget balancing solutions.
Thank you. Any questions from our board? Student Member Salemi?
I just wanted to clarify, I guess, if we don't make this commitment, that the county would come in and they would do it themselves, right? Like in terms of.
Oh, that would take time. If we continue with this deficit pattern, yes, the county could take over. That's why we're getting ahead of it and letting the county know that we are going to address this issue.
Exactly. And I think if something like this is necessary, it's best if it stays within our own district, because we know how to best make those decisions if they have to be made.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, Ms. Gutierrez, can you please repeat the motion?
Staff recommends the board adopt resolution 2020.21-014 to commit to budget balancing solutions for the 2021 and 2022 school year and the 2022-2023 fiscal years.
Thank you.
And the motion was made by Member Nguyen and second by Member Rodriguez. Voting has been sent.
Okay. And Student Member Salemi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Roll call vote. Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
Member Zhang.
Yes.
President Martinez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Thank you for preparing this resolution, Ms. Dela Cruz. This is just beginning of the work, the beginning of all the work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. And with that, we move to item 14, which is consent agenda personnel items. May I have a motion and a second to approve?
I move to approve the personnel report as presented.
Second.
Member Zhang moves, Member Rodriguez seconds. Okay.
No student vote on this one. So Member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Member Nguyen.
Yes.
Member Zhang.
Yes.
President Martinez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next item is consent agenda non-personnel items. May I have a motion and a second to approve 15.1 and 15.2?
So move.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez moves and Member Nguyen seconds. And Student Member Salemi, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call vote. Member Rodriguez. You're on mute.
I was doing board docs. Yes.
Both, you can do both are fine. Thank you. And Member Nguyen.
Yes.
Member Zhang.
Yes.
President Martinez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. The motion carries unanimously as well.
I finally know how to do board docs. My last meeting.
Yes.
After 25 years.
Oh, man. Okay, so with that, we move to, are there any board committee reports? I believe, Member Rodriguez, did you have a committee report regarding Mission Valley ROP? Member Rodriguez? Did you have an update on Mission Valley ROP? I believe I saw an email. Did you want to share?
Yeah, I shared my email with you guys. We got approved for some additional funding that we've been applying for with the state. So it's exciting. And next board meeting would be on the Thursday, 2 weeks from today. So question, would I still be the member then? Because we haven't transitioned yet until our meeting, right? So I should be able to attend that meeting, I would imagine.
That's a good question. Can we go ahead and get back to you, or unless you have the answer?
I actually have an answer, and yes, we do need the current sitting members. We thought, I did speak to them, we thought this was going to be your last meeting, Member Rodriguez, so it was required that President Martinez attend. But since you still will be available, the meeting is on the 10th, I believe. So yes, we do require you or President Martinez to go attend, please.
Okay, maybe we'll both attend. That'd be nice.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Member Rodriguez.
Oh, I have Member John was talking about the electric bus not being able to make it to Cal Poly, and I was thinking maybe I would drive behind it with a supercharger, you know, to get it going. But the high school has a history of using tour buses when it comes to going to Disneyland. But to get back on the electric bus, I think I'm so glad you guys approved that. It's an excellent way to go.
Thank you. Okay, I think that was the only committee that met between meetings. So we'll move to item 16.2, which is announcements or requests, and we'll go to you, student member Salemi.
Nothing much. I just had a idea actually, because I know that Dr. Triplett is doing these town halls in terms of returning to school, and it gets a lot of people to come and join, and we're always talking about how do we get more people educated on certain things and how do we get more people coming and involved. And I think that's something that we could continue or even now do things like that on top of the ones that are for returning to school, and even have board members and stuff and question and answer, because I think that's an aspect that has been missing. And we've finally found a way to do it. So yeah, that's just what I have.
Thank you. And I think that's a really good idea, and it could maybe, Miss Superintendent can make it happen. Pull us in as needed. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Let's see. Member Wynn. Yes, Member Wynn first. Go ahead, Andy.
Before I start, I would also like to nominate student member Salemi to be part of the communication committee.
Absolutely. And actually that's
and we actually should have a student, our student board member be a part of the communication committee. So I would love it if you would join that.
Yeah, I'll chime in too. Go ahead, member Wynn, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I took some time over the Thanksgiving break to reflect on all that has happened in the past year, and especially the last few months with the added weight of school consolidation and closure during a pandemic. Our community has been through a lot. It is a decision that we had to make in order to move our district forward. There was a tremendous amount of work that was tasked and completed by our School Consolidation Advisory Committee to bring forth a recommendation to the board for consideration. I wanted to thank the committee members for their dedication and commitment to the process, even though at times it was very difficult and overwhelming with so much information being put forth for analysis. We appreciate the hard work that you all put into into it, and we couldn't have come to a united decision at the last board meeting without your input and perseverance. So thank you. I also want to thank my fellow board members, President Martinez, Member Zhang, Student Board Member Salemi, for actively listening and speaking honestly so that we can openly deliberate our point of views, coming together and voting to make the final and hard decision, committing to the consolidation and a path forward for the district. Even though it was not an ideal situation that we found ourselves in as a board, we made the decision. I know that we will honor that process of decision making by continuing to work together along with our newly elected board members to bring our community together as we move forward, so the healing from the decision we made as a board can begin to mend and work, and the work for supporting our students, teachers, staff, and families can be properly planned out and executed. In the days that followed the decision, I received several positive emails from our community members in regards to our decision. They were gracious and kind, and they understood the degree of our decision. It put me at ease a bit, so I want to thank them for that. And in one of the communications, Mr. David Largusa and his family shared with me that he was a Snow alumni and that his kids also both attended Snow. He highlighted a very special teacher from Snow, and I'm happy to share what he wrote. So he said, and quote, "I wanted to highlight a particularly fantastic teacher at Snow. Helena Souza has made a huge positive impact in both my kids, Layla and Logan. She did a fine job at teaching my children the curriculum, but she transcended her job when building their academic confidence. She instilled the belief that they were good students. My kids graduated her class believing that they are good students, and their own self-expectations are still showing dividends. Helena is of Newark," he quotes, "as you are. Her investment in our community is evident. I truly hope the Newark education school system can retain her. She is a gem." And I just want to personally thank you, Mr. Largusa, for sharing your appreciation of Ms. Souza with us. And I want to personally thank you, Ms. Helena Souza, for all that you have done for our students and families at Snow. Your hard work and dedication have and continue to make positive impact, and it is not going unnoticed. We appreciate you and all that you have done for both the Snow and your communities. So I just wanted to basically, extend and acknowledge that this process has been very difficult and that we have worked together collectively to make this really, really hard decision. And moving forward, I know that we will work together to help mend and rebuild our community in a way that is much more positive and enriching for all of our students and families. So I hope that our community recognizes that and sees that as we move forward. So thank you. And then lastly, congratulations again, Member Rodriguez, on your retirement. You are definitely the heart of this board, and we will definitely miss you. And thank you for your contribution, and thank you for your kindness and graciousness in helping all of us, President Martinez, myself, and Member Zhang, and guiding us and sharing your knowledge over the last 24 plus years. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. It has been a tough time for sure. Let's see, Member Zhang.
I think it's we skip Member Rodriguez.
Why? I just go when I go. I was trying to give Member Rodriguez close to the last word. Okay. Go ahead, Member Zhang.
So I'll make the same request I did last time. I think it's been more than 3 months since we closed our book. And I'm not sure how much our auditor has been looking at our numbers and our budget. So I think it's also been almost a year since we had an audit committee meeting. So I want to ask the superintendent that how is our auditing process? Because by our governing rule, we are supposed to meet more often than this. I mean the audit committee.
Yeah, actually, either Miss Dela Cruz or when have we met this year? I mean, right? Right? I think there was a meeting.
So
The audit committee, the last time it met was in January. So we have another one scheduled for the first week in January because we just received our audit report, the draft, and it should be finalized this month. And then we'll review it with the audit committee next month. But I understand what you're saying, Member Zhang, that maybe we should have it more often than once a year.
Yeah. And yeah, so recommendation is the next time, and we'll see who ends up on the audit committee at the next organization meeting, Member Zhang. And you know, I think it's hard not to get it scheduled right then and there. So that would be the recommendation, is at the next January meeting that whoever's on the committee is set the date for the following meeting, whether it's quarterly, especially with, you know, where we're at. You know, it might be maybe a frequent, either twice a year or every quarter recommendation. Thank you. Any other requests, Member Zhang?
No.
Thank you. Member Rodriguez.
I just want to say that you got 2 new board members that are going to be coming on in a couple of weeks, and they're going to be looking at the 3 of you, and also our student board member and our superintendent and our staff, you know, to try to find their way as they maneuver through very difficult times that we have. I commend the committee that on school closure. I know it was a long process and it went back and forth, and the commitment was there, and I appreciate every one of them. You know, moving forward, it's going to be difficult, but I have complete faith in the new board that you guys are going to make the decisions that need to be made to move the district forward. It's not easy being on the school board and having to make tough decisions. And one of the things that happens sometimes is we're so engrossed in the business part of our board meeting that when we do make a decision that affects kids, whether in this case it was school closure, it could be the canceling of a program at the high school, people are looking at us sometimes, and we are on TV, and they're looking for, you know, compassion, empathy, and sometimes we're so engrossed in what we got to do that we forget that. And there's no doubt that the decision that was made hurt all of us. And because when our kids hurt, no matter what school they're at, we hurt. And so it's just something that moving forward that, you know, seeing that we are on TV and everything, and even if we weren't, the fact is, I know that a decision like that hurts us. And as far as the merging of the schools, when Milani and Bunker merged, initially it just wasn't very popular because people were engrossed in those names and not changing them. So moving forward, if the staff at both Graham and Snow get together, like the staffs got together with Milani and Bunker, they're the ones that drove it. And because of them, they made the whole merger stronger, and it was, you know, the community eventually accepted it. And that's where I hope Dr. Triplett zooms in on, is the 2 staffs at both schools. They're very great people, you know, excellent experience at both schools, and I'm sure they'll get together and support, you know, Dr. Triplett as he, you know, maneuvers through those very, you know, heavy waters sometimes. So that's all I have to say. I appreciate all of you, and I'm always going to be available. You know, you tell me what committee you want me to be on, and I'll serve. And I just, it's good to allow people to kind of get in on what we do, so that they know how difficult it is for us when we do have to make tough decisions. And it isn't an easy job. It's, you know, we're getting $250 a month, and we definitely And it's nothing, and it basically just a little stipend that we get. And people think that sometimes that we're staff and we make all the big monies like Dr. Triplett, but but the board and the superintendent together as a governance team, as you move forward and you have your classes and everything and your seminars, just make sure that's strong, and you're going to need it as you move forward. Okay. Thank you for all of you. You're great. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senor and Member Rodriguez. So I wanted to, kind of circle back and echo a lot of what Member Nguyen said. It's been tough. It's been a really tough time for us making the decision, but obviously our families and our kids, have received that tougher end, right? The having to process this. So, we're here, and it's all about us now focusing in all of our energy on supporting this transition for the Graham and the Snow families, and obviously for our families in music, right? So there's a lot of moving pieces here, and yes, though we're gonna look at staff and Dr. Triplett to head the charge. This is a community effort. It's all of us, right? And to your comment earlier, remember when about you hearing from community members and recognizing the difficulty and acknowledging that there's going to be some good things to come out of it. And I also wanted to acknowledge it, families that have reached out to me that have said, how can we help, right? What can we do? Is there a committee to join to start to help in the process? So I think that's also encouraging. Obviously a lot of work to do to get there. But where student member Salemi, did he leave? Because I have your face in my head thinking, we're always in the weeds of the business, and it's time. We got over this huge hump. Let's get moving. Let's get moving forward, because now we got to focus on our academic achievement of our kids. That's what we got to do, right? And now we have to really start engaging in that conversation every meeting, which is, flip this agenda on its head, just like all the training tells us. 60% of your agenda, academic achievement, everything else, less. Right now we're in the opposite, right? So that is, this is the time to get laser focused on what are we doing to increase our academic achievement. And at the end of the day, how are we empowering, encouraging, enabling, whatever the words are, where our kids, where you, student member Salemi, are showing us and telling us, yep, our kids are my fellow students are attaining, we're succeeding, right? So just really, sorry, I can't get in a soapbox, but there's so much to do. And I know, to your point, Member Rodriguez, sometimes I get overwhelmed in the urgency and in getting things going. But I am so confident that we can do this. And this is behind us. The horrible, difficult decision is behind us. We're moving forward and we're going to make this happen. I have absolutely no doubt. I'm very, very confident in that. And to that end, I wanted to commend a lot of folks on the board, on staff that have been spending a ton of time training in the training that CSBA provides. Remember when you and I spent a full day on Monday, I believe, and I'm reminded of how much wealth of information is out there for us as leaders. Because if we're not learning, and we're not taking the roadblocks, we're part of the problem. So just to continue to encourage all of us staff and the rest of the board and our new board to really, any chance you can, I learn so much every time. So anyway, I have a lot of energy. We're gonna get this going. And Student Member Salemi, I keep looking at you because I am so excited that you're on this board because you hold our feet to the fire. And I did want to circle back on that point before I forget, watching the clock, that, you know, I think we need to leverage you more. And Superintendent, you know, how do we make sure we are giving you the time to help us help educate everybody, not just your fellow, but for yourself, right? And you can continue to ask us this question. So we are here to support you, and I'll stop talking. And
but not only that, we can definitely, there's a lot that we recognize that we can learn from you. So
Yeah,
we do really appreciate you being on the board. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, and with that, let's see, Superintendent, concluding comments.
Thank you, President Martinez, and thank you all for all of those words. Member Rodriguez, we look forward to having you return next time as a citizen to so that we can celebrate you some more and commemorate you with a resolution. And I do want to end with another appreciation / announcement, and that is Mr. Abruzzi, President of NTA, alluded to it earlier, as did Member Rodriguez, but we are losing one of our other really fantastic staff members, and that is Ms. Saavedra, our Executive Director of HR. She's going to be leaving us at the end of this month. She's going on to, I don't want to say greener pastures because our pastures are as green as they get, but she's moving on to San Lorenzo. And Ms. Saavedra, we want to congratulate you on your new role and wish you all the best. We're sad to be losing you, but we really appreciate all you've done for the Newark community, for our students and staff throughout many, many years. So Ms. Saavedra is not leaving until the end of the month, but I did want to acknowledge her publicly here. And just so that the board knows, we do have a plan in place. Ms. Saavedra has been really helpful in helping to set up a transition plan, and I'll be happy to share more about that at the next meeting. So thank you, Ms. Saavedra.
Thank you, Dr. Triplett, and thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, I will ask for a motion and a second to adjourn.
Make a motion, but I have a question. Normally the first meeting for the new members when they get sworn in is a transition meeting. So I don't know how you're going to proceed, because normally it would start with the sitting board and then it would transition to the new board. So, you know, so if that's what you do, then I will be there initially, and then I'll transition over and the new board members get sworn in. And then if you decide to go that route, you know, it's up to you.
Ray, you're coming back because you're going to swear me in.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Martinez, did you want to speak to that at all? Just a little bit about our process?
Swearing in, or any details specifically you wanted me to add?
Just the transition and how that's gonna, is Member Rodriguez returning to us next time as board member Rodriguez or citizen Rodriguez?
It's open to, it's flexible regarding the board, the current board. So I think it would be wise to speak to Member Rodriguez, who has experienced these transitions, and come back with the exact steps for the remainder of the board.
Yeah, I'll be glad to help. Normally the sitting board would open it and then we transition over to the new board. That's been best practice.
We'll check in, Member Rodriguez, in this upcoming week. Because I think there has been some updates to the process that we've heard from the California School Board Association, and so love your guidance on it. We'll check in about that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think let's kind of, I know there's been some changes, so let's make sure that we're consistent with also our own policies and then just guidance. Right. So thank you for that. Thanks for the question, Member Rodriguez. Okay, and with that, wait, I did ask for the motion. I
Still
did
need a
not.
second.
Oh, okay.
I'll second.
Okay, was that member Rodriguez fist that moved, and student member Salemi seconds? Okay, student member Salemi, how do you vote?
Yes.
And this one's not going to get a board docs. It's not going out. So
Member, yep,
go ahead.
member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Zhang?
Yes.
Member Rodriguez?
Yes.
And my vote is yes as well. So a motion carries. Meeting is adjourned 10:48 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for the hard work.
You guys have so much energy.
you.
Maybe next time you start the meeting at 10 o'clock.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, thank you.